crimes like rape. Even as the bill was passed with support from both the opposition and the ruling party, the Trinamool and the BJP took on each other, with the BJP targeting Mamata Banerjee, accusing her of downplaying rapes in the past. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee hit back, citing incidents in other states.
Cross-check করে আপনি যদি দেখেন correct information, I don't have any problem. কিন্তু যদি দেখেন wrong information, misleading information, disinformation and distorted information and destructive information and provocative information, then speaker has the right to deal it. মনে আছে আপনাদের কেউ তো একবারও স্বীকার করলেন না উন্নাওয়ের কথা। এটা ফ্যাক্ট যে আজকে প্রতিদিন দেশে প্রায় 90টি ধর্ষণের ঘটনা ঘটে, তার মধ্যে অনেকেরই মৃত্যু ঘটে, খুব বেদনাদায়ক। উত্তরপ্রদেশের ঝাঁসিতে চলন্ত গাড়িতে 17 বছরের মেয়ে ধর্ষিতা হয়েছে।
আপনাকে বলি এই বিল আনার উদ্দেশ্য কি? উদ্দেশ্য হচ্ছে জনমত। সরকার এই বিপুল জনবিক্ষোভ, গণরোষ, ঘৃণা, ক্রোধ এই জায়গা থেকে ইস্যু ডাইভার্ট করতে চাইছেন আপনারা।
As the BJP pushed for immediate implementation of the bill, the Chief Minister asked the Leader of Opposition to ensure the Governor does not delay it. The new law mandates setting up of an Aprajita task force headed by a DSP rank officer. It also mandates completion of the investigation of offences within 21 days and also mandates the maximum punishment for rape, life term or death. Will this bill, which has been passed with political consensus, get assent from the President or Governor, or will it meet the fate of similar bills that have been passed by other states but are still waiting for presidential assent? With camera person G.D. Shankar in Kolkata, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
For more on this, we're joined by Saurabh Gupta. Saurabh, this is a historic bill that has been passed by the legislature, but the big question is, will it face the same fate as Shakti bill in Maharashtra, which is yet to receive a nod from the president?
That's right. Whether it's the Shakti bill in Maharashtra, whether it's the Disha bill in Andhra Pradesh, or whether it's, the Aprajita Women and Child Amendment to Criminal Laws Bill, West Bengal 2024, all these bills have a very, very focused objective of ensuring stricter punishment, time-bound trials, etc., in cases of sexual assault and rape. However, some of the stringent measures of these bills can also be, in conflict with some of the existing provisions of the law and also existing principles of natural justice. And therefore, there is a lot of thinking on those, and some of those bills have not received assent. For example, the case you were highlighting, Maharashtra. Now, whether West Bengal bill gets its assent or not is something that we will have to wait and watch for. But the fact is that even in West Bengal, which is such a politically the political atmosphere is always very, very aggressive here. Even in such an atmosphere, there, of course, has been political consensus on the bill. Yes, there were amendments moved. Yes, whether those amendments were accepted or not. Yes, there were allegations and counter-allegations. But at the end of the day, the BJP and the Trinamool both have come together to pass the bill. And once that kind of political consensus is there, there is, of course, added responsibility on the powers that be to make these laws, make these bills laws and turn them into laws and implement them. And that is something that perhaps West Bengal, Maharashtra are all looking at. And important to note that, this bill, of course, will now be sent for that assent. So whether it joins the list of pending bills like Maharashtra's or whether it gets assent is something that will also perhaps become a precedent for such laws in the future, because these are areas in the concurrent list. Law and order is a state subject, and of course, this new criminal laws to which these amendments have been brought are, of course, laws that have been passed by Parliament. So it is going to be interesting to see what happens now
All right. Thank you, Saurabh, for bringing us all those details. It will be interesting to see what happens now. Andhra Pradesh, Maharashtra passing similar laws, but have not received any approval from the president yet. Will this bill in Kolkata, in fact, by the West Bengal Assembly, will that, in fact, face the same fate? That remains to be seen. Rishika.
Well, absolutely. That is going to be the key question now. And let's shift our focus now to the next big development that we're tracking, Radhika. And that's, of course, the latest in the Me Too movement, where a case has been filed against actor Alancia. The Ernakulam police station has registered a case on the complaint of a young actress. The complaint says that Alancia sexually assaulted her in Bangalore in 2017. A special investigation team will now conduct the investigation. And the Me Too storm against actor Alancia, but he's not the only actor. There are so many other actors, including several top stars, Radhika, that continue to remain in the dock.
Yes, absolutely. Of course, Me Too movement in Malayalam film industry, of course, taking the nation by storm. I mean, we're seeing one after the other cases against film artists, actors. Now, of course, a fresh case being filed against actor Alancia. Ernakulam police registering a case on the complaint of a young actress. And besides that, of course, a case against Nivin Pauly as well. So Me Too storm really hitting Mollywood. And now Nivin Pauly being booked for rape. Police, they're saying FIR registered against the actor under various sections, including section 376. In fact, the incident happening in November last year in a hotel in Dubai. So yes, multiple allegations against actors, one after the other. Every day we're seeing this in Malayalam film industry.
Right. Radhika, let's go right across to Uma Sudhir, tracking the details of this story. Uma, you've been tracking this story now for over a fortnight. Naveen Pauly, the latest actor, against whom rape charges have been filed. He's, of course, denied any wrongdoing. But this is a storm that continues to rage every passing day with fresh complaints, coming to light. More and more women speaking out, some publicly, some going and just filing complaints.
Yes, indeed. So Nivin Pauly is a big star, the Premam star as he's called. He had starred along with Sai Pallavi in that film, and of course several other successful films. And he has in fact alleged some kind of a conspiracy because of which he is being named in this particular case by an actress. And he in fact held a press conference yesterday and said that I want to put this out in the public domain, saying that I have no reason to believe that I have done anything wrong at all, and therefore I am going to go to the bottom of this. What he has said is that he is going to take this up legally because he believes that there is a conspiracy. In this particular case, he has been named as an accused number 6 by the police. In this case, the accused number 1 incidentally happens to be a woman called Shreya, who is supposed to have taken this victim survivor to another place where she was offered a role, and subsequently other than the producer as well in this case, who's been booked as accused number 2 in this case, and subsequently Nivin Pauly becoming accused number 6. All these are non-bailable cases, and that's the reason why many of them we are seeing, like Siddiq and Ranjit as well, have gone to the court seeking orders against their arrest on the basis of the complaints that are being made. Mr. Ranjit was in fact the first of the actors to be named in these cases. He has in fact gone to court saying that he is not just not guilty in this case, but he's also said that he has several ailments, including a liver transplant that he had undergone, and therefore he should not be arrested in this particular case. I must point out not just the Me Too allegations in the sexual harassment case in the film industry. There is some other big drive that's happening in Kerala, and that is against child pornography. An operation that is being called P, that is something that has in fact led to the arrest of as many as 37 people. Raids and searches are being carried out everywhere against people who are in fact looking at this or storing this or sharing this. As you know, child pornography is also a big area of concern, and that's a crackdown that the Kerala government is also undertaking at the same time, because attitudes that are formed about sexual perversion or about respect neither to a woman,
Yes.
it could be a man as well, or a child. All those cases, in a sense, should I
Yes,
say, being
yes.
looked at by the Kerala government
Right.
and the authorities there.
All
Back to
right,
you.
Uma, thanks very much for joining us with that update. We're, of course, going to keep coming back to you for more updates on that story. Let's quickly shift our focus now. Radhika, big developments taking place with the Thane rape case now that has really stunned the entire nation. In this rape case, the Bombay High Court has essentially said, Beta Padhao, Beti Bachao. So that's an interesting twist to the slogan that was given by the Modi government. It was, of course, a campaign slogan to educate the girl child. But the Bombay High Court has said that it is imperative to educate sons as they hear this molestation horror. Radhika, what's the latest you're picking up from the court?
That's right. In fact, when Bombay High Court was hearing the suo motu PIL that was filed as far as this entire Badlapur sexual assault case is concerned, which is when yesterday the Bombay High Court during its third hearing made that observation saying Beta Padhao or Beti Bachao
Yes.
should be priority, educate sons, protect daughters, teach young boys to respect women. This is something that the court had been reiterating ever since the hearing in the suo motu PIL began. In fact, this is of course coming after this horrific incident where two toddlers were in fact sexually assaulted by a staffer from their own school. Let's go across to Anuj on this. Anuj, of course, we've been covering this case since the last several weeks. Of course, Bombay High Court's third hearing is what we saw yesterday, again making some pertinent observations. So what we can say quite confidently is that the High Court is not just pulling up the police or the state government over what it calls is a shoddy investigation in the case, but is also looking at some societal reforms, which is why, you know, it asked for that committee to be formed and, you know, two retired judges to be heading the committee and so on. So it's looking at some fundamental change as far as societal reforms are concerned and not just looking into this particular case. Anuj.
It indeed is. If you look at what happened in the Bombay High Court yesterday in its third hearing regarding the suo motu hearing of the Badlapur case, three major developments took place. Firstly, the fact that they again reiterated, on the fact that it's imperative that the boy child should also be educated in a particular way so that they behave in a particular way and make the women around them feel safe. Now, this is something that the Bombay High Court has been saying since day one of this suo motu hearing. Secondly, they took track of, they looked at the development of the formation of a committee to kind of make special recommendations when it comes to POCSO Act. We saw in the second hearing the court come down very heavily on the on the AG, Mr. Saraf, and say that ask him about the development in this particular regard. And yesterday we saw that a committee has finally been put in place where several retired officials, including several former educators, have also been included. One interesting point here is the fact that they've also included a former principal from a rural school, showing that the court is very aware of the fact that there are several such cases which come from the rural regions of the state or of the country, but they kind of get lost in this entire brouhaha over the coverage of it which is extremely biased as far as the metro cities is concerned. And thirdly, it came down heavily on the government again. It said that the way in which the progress of the case is happening, especially through the SIT committee, is not very satisfactory. They also stated, the bench also asked the AG to make sure that the probe is not being done just so that there is a huge public demand, but is actually done keeping all the facts and the procedures in mind. So we see that the Bombay High Court is showing some promptness in action, and as you rightly said, it is not just making sure that the activities of the police and the government are scrutinized here, but is also trying to make a larger, broader change as far as the societal considerations are viewed, be it the
Yes.
emphasis given on the education, on the moral education of the boys in school, or about the committee being formed for further investigation or a further hearing of the POCSO Act hereafter.
Well, absolutely. In fact, Anuj, moral education is one very small aspect of it. It needs to begin with, sex education at the school level in order to educate younger people, make them more aware and remove taboos associated with having these conversations. So there's a larger message that the Bombay High Court is sending out there, Radhika, and an important one there. Thanks very much, Anuj, for joining us with the very latest from, a whole host of women's safety related stories that we've been tracking this morning on the breakfast show. Radhika, I think it's time to switch gears and talk a little bit about politics. Of course, it is election season all over again, with state elections to kick off in the poll-bound states of Jammu Kashmir and Haryana. Let's get you the latest action from Jammu Kashmir this morning. It's going to be the Congress that's kick-starting a campaign in Jammu and Kashmir. Radhika, it's crucial because they've of course managed to salvage that last-ditch attempt to forge an alliance with the National Conference in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. It's going to be very interesting to see how this battle though plays out on the ground.
Certainly, it is going to be fascinating. Of course, Congress MP Rahul Gandhi will launch party campaign in Kashmir, while Ally National Conference's Vice President Omar Abdullah to file nomination for polls today. So therefore, J&K to witness polls in 3 phases, of course. So today, of course, Congress MP Rahul Gandhi to launch a party campaign in Kashmir. So that's the latest that we're getting as far as elections in J&K are concerned.
Yes, let's go across to Nazir Masoodi tracking the details of this story for us this morning. Nazir, good morning to you. What's on Rahul Gandhi's agenda as he kickstarts the Congress's campaign there? And more importantly, Nazir, as someone who so closely covered several elections in Jammu and Kashmir and understands the politics of it, break it down for us. The National Conference and the Congress party may have agreed to this alliance in principle. The seat sharing agreement may have been worked out. But how does this really play out on ground zero as far as the party cadre are concerned? Are they going to be willing to set aside differences and embrace each other on the ground?
Well, that is a very interesting question and the interesting situation also today as Rahul Gandhi starts election campaigning in Jammu and Kashmir. And when he addressed the first rally at Sangaldan in Banihal constituency, Rahul Gandhi has to strike a very fine balance. Because it is a constituency seat where a national conference and Congress may have alliance. But there is a friendly contest on this seat. And the main opponent of the Congress candidate is national conference. So he has to strike a balance. He cannot, speak against the opponent there because it's a friendly contest. So that would be the first rally at a place called Sangaldan in Banihal. At around 11, Rahul Gandhi will address that rally. Then he will fly to Duru in Anantnag constituency where he's going to campaign for Ghulam Ahmad Mir, who is the senior Congress leader and the General Secretary in charge for this Congress for the West Bengal and Jharkhand. So Rahul Gandhi would be campaigning, and it is expected Farooq Abdullah is expected to join Rahul Gandhi in that rally, but not in Banihal constituency because both parties are fighting against each other, though they call it a friendly contest. So there are a lot of stakes as Congress has Rahul Gandhi in person. He ensured this alliance happens, and he himself visited Farooq Abdullah at his residence, had a long meeting. Despite lot of back and forth, they managed this alliance. But on the ground, there are challenges. For example, Omar Abdullah is today filing his nomination papers from Ganderbal constituency. But there's a Congress leader who has threatened to file his nomination paper if there's not also a friendly contest, what they quote unquote, in Ganderbal also. So there are, alliance troubles on the ground, but largely both the parties are fighting together. National Conference is contesting on 51 seats, Congress on 32 seats, 5 seats, there is a friendly contest. So it is an interesting election. So as Rahul Gandhi kickstarts election campaigning for the alliance for the Congress, Omar Abdullah filing his nomination papers from Ganderbal. And BJP is also, Prime Minister Narendra Modi from next week, he will be campaigning in Jammu and Kashmir. He will be addressing at least 2 rallies, what we have been told. And also in next few days, BJP is also releasing its manifesto. And what is very interesting, will there be a promise for the restoration of the statehood of Jammu and Kashmir, as Prime Minister himself during his 2 visits to Jammu and Kashmir has reiterated that statehood would be restored as soon at the earliest.
All right, thank you, Nazir Masoodi, for bringing us all those details. In fact, Congress MP Rahul Gandhi to launch a party campaign. Of course, Ally National Conference's Vice President Omar Abdullah will be filing his nomination papers today, Rishika.
Right, and let's shift our gears now to Haryana, where according to sources, the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party, Radhika, have reached a principal understanding to fight next month's Haryana Assembly elections together.
That's right. Now, the challenging task is of deciding the seats between both the parties. The Congress offers 7, AAP is demanding 10. So, yes, some sort of infighting certainly expected as far as these two parties are concerned, if they have indeed reached that principal understanding to fight the elections together in Haryana.
Right. It's going to be very interesting to see how this actually plays out and what really happened, in a last-minute rethink. Because remember, Manish Sisodia has been publicly quoted to say that the Aam Aadmi Party will contest all seats in the state of Haryana. So, has their campaign in a certain sense lackluster, given the fact that Manish Sisodia is just out on bail, Arvind Kejriwal continues to remain behind jail. The Congress, on the other hand, is on a stronger wicket, buoyed on the recent, victory in the Lok Sabha, where they won 5 out of the 10 seats. So, it's going to be very interesting to see, what happens if this alliance does indeed come together in the state of Haryana. Crucial meeting there between Raghav, Chadha and KC Venugopal. We'll of course track the details of that story very closely. But, even though the poll dates, Radhika, have not been announced in Maharashtra yet, the Mahayuti seat sharing marathon meetings continue. And I remember, during the Lok Sabha elections, we used to keep coming to you for early morning chats, and we would always be like, so Radhika, is the list coming today? And, you'd always be like, well, it's expected to come today, but it met several hurdles and roadblocks. And many lessons, Radhika, to be learnt as far as the Mahayuti is concerned. Delay in seat sharing was, ominous in a certain sense, given the kind of drubbing that has happened. Now what's happening? Marathon meetings are happening, Radhika. What really is going on behind the scenes?
That's right. Marathon meetings happening not just within Mahayuti, which is of course the NDA alliance, but also within the opposition MV. And there are going to be infighting, there are going to be disputes simply because the political landscape, as we've been discussing, has changed. Let's go across to Anuj. Anuj, we believe that of the 288 seats, BJP could be contesting the largest chunk, which is 160. Shinde Sena perhaps 70, Ajit Pawar 50, but Ajit Pawar wants more seats. As a result of him under pressure from his party leaders, there is a lot of talks of churns within the NCP Ajit Pawar camp as well. So what are you picking up on ground? Of course, dates haven't been announced, but a lot of infighting, a lot of negotiations going on within both the opposition camp as well as ruling Mahayuti camp.
The conversation about seat sharing in Mahayuti picked up pace in last 1 week or so. You see, before that, it was mostly the Maha Vikas Aghadi that all of us, were looking at. There were several meetings being held as far as Maha Vikas Aghadi is concerned, not just across the state, but especially in Mumbai as well, amongst different hierarchical level of the leaders. But today, what we get to know is the fact that the Mahayuti has also pulled up its socks as far as the seat sharing in it is concerned. We see that last time around the Lok Sabha, the distribution of seats on several seats caused them and it caused them the results, and it also resulted them in Mahayuti coming down heavily after the 2019 election. Now what we are gathering from whatever has happened in the last couple of weeks, be it the marathon meetings in Mumbai or especially in Nagpur led by Nitin Gadkari, is the fact that BJP will indeed be eyeing to get the maximum number of seats, which is anywhere between 150 to 160. BJP is the single largest party in the state with 105 MLAs, and the Shinde Shiv Sena, which is a party of the incumbent chief minister in the state, will be getting the second largest number of seats, followed by Ajit Pawar. Now, Ajit Pawar faction of NCP becomes an extremely important point here, because the party has been under some sort of scanner from the several right-wing organizations supporting the Bharatiya Janata Party, especially the RSS, which also cited the NCP, the Ajit Pawar faction of NCP to be the major reason for BJP losing in the state, and they had a strike rate of as low as 25%. So what will be the liberalness shown by the Mahayuti to the Ajit Pawar faction? Will they actually get 70 to 80 is what they want, or will it be 60 or 50? Will be something that will become clear as we move ahead with the conversations about the Mahayuti seat sharing.
All right, well, marathon meetings there. Radhika, it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out. Anuj and you especially are going to have a very hectic calendar going forward with that election announcement that is anticipated. God alone knows when it happens and whether there's any surprises and regrouping But Maharashtra is indeed going to be a fascinating election to watch out for. Let's shift our focus now to Delhi, where the Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena has asked the MCD Commissioner to notify the appointment of Deputy Commissioners as presiding officers for the MCD Ward Committee polls after Mayor Shelley Oberoi did not do so.
That's right. The last-minute intervention by LG using special powers granted makes way over for polls today. However, Delhi Mayor hits back, writes to MCD Commissioner, alleging councillors unable to file a nomination on time.
Right, and in fact, we have Tanushka joining us live from the national capital with the very latest. Tanushka, the MCD Ward Committee polls are taking place today. What's the latest?
Well, after much suspense over the MCD polls and the elections over it, the Lieutenant Governor has finally taken over, and in this way, he's kind of overriding the Mayor of Delhi as well. And he's announced that in larger public interest, the elections will take place today itself, and the elections will happen starting at 10 a.m. and go on until 4 p.m. And this is also when the deputy commissioners of each zone will be acting as the presiding officers. You both also rightly mentioned that since Mayor of Delhi, Shelley Oberoi, has not appointed or rather nominated these presiding officers, what we also know is that these elections is to elect the chairman, the deputy chairman, as well as one member of a standing committee. So all of these members will be elected today itself, and this comes as a decision from the Lieutenant Governor, where he overrides the Mayor and calls out the elections that will happen today from 10 a.m. until 4 p.m.
All right, thanks very much, Anushka. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates on that story. Let's quickly shift our focus now to the other big development that we're tracking. Well, his complaints against corruption allegedly ignored for years. This is an absolutely fantastic story, Radhika, coming in from Madhya Pradesh, where we can see this man clearly. Can you imagine from those visuals his level of frustration that he assembled a garland out of the documents and made an entrance into the district collector's office? This is a visual that has left everybody stunned. That man crawling on the road and then rolling on it and dragging several other documents containing what he claimed was evidence has finally gotten the attention that he was so desperately seeking, Radhika.
Certainly. In fact, like every Tuesday, a public hearing was being conducted in the office of Neemuch district collector to address people's grievances when Mukesh Prajapati was spotted crawling on his elbows, a garland of documents around him. Those are the visuals there, and several others sewn together on a rope trailing him. As he switched to rolling on the road and made his way to the entrance, it emerged that he had been complaining against the alleged corrupt acts carried out by the Sarpanch of his village, Kangaria, and claimed he had not been heard for over 6 years.
All right, well, with that, we're going to yes, we're going to slip into a short break, Radhika, but we have breaking news that is coming in from Mumbai on the other side. Another hit and run that's been reported. A 27-year-old woman has died. We'll get you all the latest updates on that big developing story on the other side. Do stay with us.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From maximum city, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating.
Welcome back. We have some breaking updates from Mumbai. In fact, this is an accident case. In fact, a 27-year-old woman died after she was hit by a car in Malad area of Mumbai. In fact, after the accident, an angry mob thrashed the driver of that particular vehicle. So those are the details we're picking up. Another accident case. Let's go to Sujata. Sujata, after the Worli hit and run, something similar here where a 27-year-old woman dying after she was hit by a speeding car in Malad, Mumbai. We believe that the driver has been arrested. What more details can you give?
Well, certainly, Radhika, and another hit-and-run incident has now taken place, and this has happened in Malad West near Oris Tower, which is also the residence of the MLA there, Aslam Sheikh. And what happened exactly, as the police details, they state that a car crashed into a woman under the car and dragged her to the divider, after which the woman, she was brought dead to the hospital. However, the driver did not flee the spot, instead picked her up and took her to the hospital, but there she was declared dead. And the woman was said to be a 27-year-old, and this happened in the Malad Malvini, and her name is said to be Shahana Kazi, who was returning home after attending a Mehndi class when a speeding Ford car hit her from behind. However, she was taken in a very critical condition, after which as soon as she was declared dead, it is also said that she had two small children, and after the accident, the angry mob also hit the Ford driver, and he has been arrested for now under the hit and run cases, and after which he will be today presented in court where the matter will be taken further. Over to you.
All right, so the accused will be presented before the court today. Another tragic hit and run where a 27-year-old woman losing her life after she was hit by a car. The accused, of course, arrested. Thank you, Sujata, for bringing all those details.
All right, yet another horrific case there, Radhika, and it's another case of drunken driving that we're reporting, from Mumbai. We'll track that story very closely, but let's shift our focus now. During his bilateral visit to Brunei, Prime Minister Narendra Modi toured the Omar Ali Saifuddin Mosque in Brunei's capital. He also inaugurated a new building at India's High Commission, and at the mosque, Prime Minister was welcomed by Brunei's Minister of Religious Affairs, with members of the Indian community, Radhika, there in attendance as well. So, crucial visit, and the Prime Minister now heads to Singapore, Radhika.
That's right, crucial visit by Prime Minister Modi. Earlier, of course, Prime Minister Modi met Brunei Crown Prince Haji Ali Muhtadi Billah, the heir apparent to Sultan Haji Hassan al Bolkiah, upon his arrival in Brunei. Of course, the Prime Minister is on a 2-day bilateral visit, the first by an Indian Prime Minister. After this, he will be heading to Singapore. Rishika, his visit, of course, aims to enhance cooperation in defense, trade, investment, energy, space technology and health sector. Brunei, of course, is strategically located on the island of Borneo. Of course, now the second largest reigning monarch in the world after UK's Queen Elizabeth in Brunei. So, Rishika, certainly very, very significant visit as far as Prime Minister Modi is concerned. This marks the first ever visit by an Indian head of the state to island nation, despite 40 years of diplomatic relations with both the countries.
Well, absolutely, Radhika. I have to say, though, that, while the Prime Minister's historic visit has made headlines, so has, the monarch who came to receive him at the airport. The second longest reigning monarch in the world of Brunei came to receive Prime Minister Modi at the airport, and his list of cars and wealth has also made international headlines and grabbed a lot of attention. But that aside, this has been an interesting visit. The Prime Minister, of course, now heading to Singapore. But Ghazali joining us with the very latest. Ghazali, this is very crucial as far as energy cooperation is concerned, isn't it? Is that what you'd say would be the biggest takeaway?
Yeah, energy would certainly be the key area of focus or discussion today. But what is also very important is that whenever Prime Minister visits any country, you will see a lot of bilateral talks and MOUs being signed. The one key MOU is that Brunei has always provided us a ground station to track our satellites, which are launched to eastwards. But this time, there are also, India is expecting that in that particular domain of space technology, India will also be training them for space tech and research, because Brunei has provided us ground station, so we will be providing them research in the space technology. And besides that, since we are importing hydrocarbon from Brunei, certainly energy sector will be focused, because in coming years, India's energy needs will increase. And Brunei being one of the key partners in Asian region, we are expected to import natural gas from Brunei. So from that aspect, from energy aspect, Brunei is a key partner. Besides that, India is also planning to have a joint working group when it comes to defense cooperation. And this is one of the key factors, or say the key aspect of our foreign policy, that we are also reducing our reliance on one single partner when it comes to defense procurement or purchase. So a joint working group is expected to be constituted or will be announced after the Prime Minister's meeting with the head of state there, with the Sultan. And besides energy sector and defense, then there are other sectors like food and agri-technology, science. In these domains also, MOUs are expected to be signed between India and Brunei.
Right. Thanks very much, Ghazali, for joining us with those latest updates.
All right, moving on to world of sports. Rishika, let's get you some highlights of day 6 of Paris Paralympics 2024. India took their medals tally to 20, the best ever in a single edition of Paralympics. Before this, their best performance came in Tokyo, where India won 19 medals, Rishika.
Well, absolutely. And early on Wednesday, Sharad Kumar won a silver, while Mariappan claimed bronze in the men's high jump event. On the other hand, Ajit Singh and Sundar Singh Gurjar claimed silver and bronze respectively. In the javelin throw final, Deepthi won the 400-meter T20 bronze.
That's right. In fact, earlier shooter Avni Lekhara, who has already won a gold medal, finished 5th in women's 50-meter rifle, 3 positions final. In archery, Pooja Jatian lost in the quarter-final clash.
Yes, and in fact, India's flag bearer at the opening ceremony, Bhagyashree Jadhav, missed out on a medal in her women's shot, putting a shot put final as well. But the medal tally there, Radhika, is something to celebrate, definitely. And it's going to be, it's a historic moment as far as India is concerned, Radhika.
Right, Rishika. So that's all we have on this bulletin of Breakfast Show. We will get you more tomorrow at the same time, Rishika. Thank you for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vata. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including the co-producer of the film Emergency has moved the Bombay High Court. We'll get you all the details. But first, the headlines. Bombay High Court to hear the plea on the film Emergency, and it is a co-producer, Z Entertainment, that's moved the High Court over the film's certification. A plea alleges that CBFCL illegally has withheld the certification, and that case is coming up in court today. And it's the centre versus Bengal government as far as Kolkata's rape case in the Supreme Court. The Home Ministry has gone on to tell the Supreme Court that the Bengal government is posing hurdles when it comes to the accommodation of the CISF at the Arjikar hospital. The Home Ministry has gone on to say that West Bengal government should extend its support. The Union Home Ministry tells Supreme Court that West Bengal government has adopted a blatantly non-cooperative approach towards the CISF. And it is the Me Too storm that has escalated, and a case has been filed against Malayalam actor Alianza. And the complaint alleges that he sexually assaulted a woman in 2017 in Bengaluru. And actor Nivin Pauly has also been booked for rape. And there's a very unique protest as far as Madhya Pradesh's Neemuch is concerned. A man from Madhya Pradesh wears a garland of complaints and makes that entrance into the district collector's office that left everyone stunned, crawling and rolling on the floor. The man dragged documents claiming those were evidence against the Sarpanch. The Prime Minister is in Brunei to boost strategic ties. This is the first ever bilateral trip by an Indian Prime Minister. Bilateral discussions are underway, focusing on defence, trade, investment, energy, as well as space technology and health. The two nations are also expected to sign several MOUs. And athletes usher in medal rush at the Paris Paralympics. Well, India achieves its highest ever Paralympics tally, silver and bronze medals for India in javelin and high jump categories. Let's get your top story, and that is the details of the film Emergency related to the plea before the Bombay High Court. The co-producer of the film, Zee Entertainment Enterprise, has moved the Bombay High Court seeking a direction to the CBFC to issue certification for the film. Now, the company has petitioned the Bombay High Court seeking an official copy of the film certification from the CBFC. Zee has claimed that despite being informed of the film certification on the 29th of last month, CBFC is yet to provide a formal copy of the certification. The plea alleges that CBFC has illegally withheld the certification and is seeking urgent relief from the court and has agreed to hear that plea, and that case will be coming up in court today. My colleague Anuj joining us. Anuj, take us through what the co-producer of the film is alleging and what time is this case coming up in Bombay High Court?
The case is coming in the Bombay High Court at around 11 a.m. in the just a couple of hours from now on. And this is becoming an interesting case because we saw that the plea, the very basis of the plea is the fact that they have been communicated about the certification of the film by the CBFC a few days ago, but a physical copy has not been given to the film producers yet. And without a physical copy, the film is not really cleared for its release. And the film was slated to release on the 6th of September. That is just in a couple of days. But now that seems highly unlikely given the fact that the producers do not yet have a certification, a certificate from the CBFC in their hand. What we learned from from several reports is the fact that yesterday the CBFC informed the Madhya Pradesh High Court that they are yet to make, yet to give a proper certification on this film because the film is still under consideration, and every day some new cuts are been done as far as the CBFC is concerned, and that is putting a lot of pressure on the Zee, which is the co-producer of the film, and as a result they have knocked the doors of the Bombay High Court. They have a few fundamental demands. Firstly, the fact that this is an encroachment over their freedom of expression, and secondly, it is also a violation of the Cinematograph Act, which states that after the submission to the CBFC, the film is to get its certificate in the next 5 days, either in some way or the other. Although we see that on their website, the CBFC, they have stated that the film is a UA certified film, but then the producers haven't received their copy yet. This entire thing began when several PILs were filed against the film after the trailer released on the 15th of August in Madhya Pradesh and Punjab by several Sikh communities, and after that the film underwent some heavy scrutiny from the CBFC, and now even a few hours before the scheduled release, the film producers do not have the certificate in their hand yet. So the two-judge bench led by Kolabawala and Justice Kolabawala and Justice Puniwala will be hearing this case, and the producer are demanding for an urgent release of the withheld certificate by the CBFC.
Right. Thank you so much, Anuj, for getting us all those details.
Switching tracks now, in the latest flashpoint between Bengal's ruling Trinamool Congress and the BJP, the centre has now gone to the Supreme Court contending that the Bengal government must provide proper facilities for the CISF personnel who have been delegated to ensure security at the hospital. Anything less, it said, would amount to contempt of court and action should be initiated. In its petition filed before the Supreme Court, the Ministry of Home Affairs said the troops are currently staying at the city's CISF unit in the city suburbs and they have to travel at least an hour to reach the hospital.
This is a plea that has come from the Home Ministry against, as you rightly pointed out, the West Bengal government. Call it Amit Shah versus Mamata Banerjee or whatever you may. The fact is that this is in compliance with the Supreme Court norms and the Supreme Court direction to have CISF at RG Kar. That was the direction, that was the clear thing. Whether this comes in a grey area, whether they have to provide, accommodation to the CISF staff, the security gadgets, those are certain things that we'll have to wait and watch and see whether the MHA plea is accepted by the Supreme Court. Because how does a state government, which does not have the required accommodation provided to the CISF, just because of a direction that you have to take over the security of the hospital, it can be within a distance of a few meters. How long is this CISF deployment? Is it going to be on a continuous basis just because the Chief Justice and his bench have decided? Is it going to be for months or years? Those are certain directions have to be taken it's in that context we'll have to wait and see how things play out. It's definitely a huge contention because please remember, in the Constitution of India, law and order is number one. It's because of the Supreme Court direction that CISF has taken over the RG Kar. But does it mean that they have to also provide accommodation? Do they have to also provide the equipment and the security apparatus that the CISF requires? Who pays for that? All these issues need to be resolved and we'll get further clarity once the Supreme Court picks up this matter.
Right. Thank you so much, Sunil, for joining us with those details. And staying with news from the Kolkata's RG Kar Medical College, it is the former principal who has now been suspended by the Health Minister of West Bengal. The suspension has come on the heels of his arrest by the CBI in connection with the alleged irregularities at the hospital during his tenure. Sandeep Ghosh and 3 others have been sent to 8 days of CBI custody in the case of financial irregularities at the college. And several weeks after the gruesome rape and murder of the junior doctor in Kolkata's RG Kar hospital that sparked outrage across the country, the West Bengal Assembly passed a bill to bring in a new law that ensures the maximum punishment for all rape cases where the punishment will be death penalty or life in jail. The law will also make provision for a time-bound trial and an enhanced compensation or fine. The Mamata Banerjee government has called the law historic, but when will this be implemented given the fact that Andhra Pradesh Assembly and Maharashtra Assembly have passed similar laws but have not received the assent from the President?
Immediate execution of this bill.
No break from the politics as the West Bengal Legislative Assembly debated a new law to combat sexual crimes like rape. Even as the bill was passed with support from both the opposition and the ruling party, the Trinamool and the BJP took on each other, with the BJP targeting Mamata Banerjee, accusing her of downplaying rapes in the past. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee hit back, citing incidents in other states.
Correct information, I don't have any problem. কিন্তু যদি দেখেন wrong information, misleading information, disinformation and distorted information and destructive information and provocative information, then speaker has the right to deal it. মনে আছে আপনাদের কেউ তো একবারও স্বীকার করলেন না উন্নাওয়ের কথা। এটা ফ্যাক্ট যে আজকে প্রতিদিন দেশে প্রায় 90টি ধর্ষণের ঘটনা ঘটে, তার মধ্যে অনেকেরই মৃত্যু ঘটে, খুব বেদনাদায়ক। উত্তরপ্রদেশের ঝাঁসিতে চলন্ত গাড়িতে 17 বছরের মেয়ে ধর্ষিতা হয়েছে।
আপনাকে বলি এই বিল আনার উদ্দেশ্য কি? উদ্দেশ্য হচ্ছে জনমত। সরকার এই বিপুল জনবিক্ষোভ, গণরোষ, ঘৃণা, ক্রোধ এই জায়গা থেকে ইস্যু ডাইভার্ট করতে চাইছেন আপনারা।
As the BJP pushed for immediate implementation of the bill, the Chief Minister asked the leader of opposition to ensure the governor does not delay it. The new law mandates setting up of an Aprajita task force headed by a DSP rank officer. It also mandates completion of the investigation of offences within 21 days and also mandates the maximum punishment for rape, life term or death. Will this bill, which has been passed with political consensus, get assent from the President or Governor, or will it meet the fate of similar bills that have been passed by other states but are still waiting for presidential assent? With camera person G.D. Shankar in Kolkata, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
And let's just get you the very latest. It's the Bombay High Court on Tuesday, while hearing the suo motu PIL regarding the sexual assault of 2 kindergarten students in a school in Badlapur, Thane, reiterated that the Maharashtra government must teach the boys about right and wrong, saying beta padhao or beti bachao. This is what was really said, reiterating the need to teach the boys at a younger stage on respecting women and girls. 2 girls aged 3 and 4 were sexually assaulted by a cleaning staffer in a girls' toilet in Maharashtra's Thane district, with massive outrage that was seen at the Badlapur station in Thane as protesters held a real roko protest against the alleged assault of those 2 kindergarten students. We have my colleague Anuj joining us. Anuj, what really was said by the Bombay High Court, reiterating the fact that, there is a need to educate sons while protecting daughters.
See, this was the third hearing of the suo motu case taken up by the Bombay High Court in the Badlapur case, and we can clearly see that the Bombay High Court does not want to restrict the observations made by it to this particular case, but wants to make some general and more broader observations which can be used, for the betterment of the women's safety across the state and the country. What we are seeing is the fact that yesterday 3 major pointers came out from the hearing. Firstly, as you rightly said, the Bombay High Court has time and again been reiterating on the fact that a huge chunk of women's safety is also need to be taken care of at schools by teaching both boys and girls, especially the boys, on several aspects and on several regards. And that has been something that the Bombay High Court has been pushing since day one of the suo motu hearing. And it also stated it yesterday by calling it out, by stating very openly that beta padhao and beti bachao. Secondly, we saw that the Bombay High Court come down very heavily on the SIT committee formed by the government and asked them to not work under public pressure, not work, rather in a slightly carefree manner, but to make sure that the seriousness of the matter is taken into consideration and every fact is scrutinized to the best of its value. And thirdly and finally, it also stated that it kind of expressed its disappointment over the progression of the SIT committee and has asked the government, has asked the police to pull up its socks and has also put in place a special committee to make recommendations as far as the POCSO Act is concerned. They had called out for this committee in the second hearing, and yesterday we saw that they've named several ex-educators, officials from the police department, from the education department, including former principals from the rural regions of the state, being a part of this committee, which has been given a time of 8 weeks to submit a report on the POCSO cases in the state.
Right, thank you so much, Anuj, for joining us with those details. And switching tracks now, an FIR has been filed against actor Alencier Lopez for sexual misconduct based on a complaint made by a junior artist. The offence allegedly took place in a hotel in Bengaluru on multiple occasions between 2017 and 2018. So a case has been filed against the actor. The police have registered a case on the complaint that was made by the former junior artist. An FIR has also been registered against Malayalam film star Nivin Polly in Kerala's Ernakulam district based on a complaint filed by a woman. The actor has gone ahead and denied those charges and said that he'll go to any extent to fight the case. The complaint that's been made is that the woman said she was promised a role in films, and on that pretext she was sexually assaulted, not just by him but other people as well. She said there were 6 people, including the actor, who sexually assaulted her in Dubai.
So Nivin Pauly is a big star, the Premam star as he's called. He had starred along with Sai Pallavi in that film, and of course several other successful films, and he has in fact alleged some kind of a conspiracy because of which he is being named in this particular case by an actress, and he in fact held a press conference yesterday and said that I want to put this out in the public domain, saying that I have no reason to believe that I have done anything wrong at all, and therefore I am going to go to the bottom of this. What he has said is that he is going to take this up legally because he believes that there is a conspiracy. In this particular case, he has been named as an accused number 6 by the police. In this case, the accused number 1 incidentally happens to be a woman called Shreya, who is supposed to have taken this victim survivor to another place where she was offered a role, and subsequently other than the producer as well in this case, who has been booked as accused number 2 in this case, and subsequently Nivin Pauly becoming accused number 6. All these are non-bailable cases, and that's the reason why many of them we are seeing, like Siddiq and Ranjit as well, have gone to the court seeking orders against their arrest on the basis of the complaints that are being made. Mr. Ranjit was in fact the first of the actors to be named in these cases. He has in fact gone to court saying that he is not just not guilty in this case, but he has also said that he has several ailments, including a liver transplant that he had undergone, and therefore he should not be arrested in this particular case. I must point out not just the Me Too allegations in the sexual harassment case in the film industry, there is some other big drive that's happening in Kerala, and that is against child pornography. An operation that is being called P, that is something that is in fact led to the arrest of as many as 37 people. Raids and searches are being carried out everywhere against people who are in fact looking at this or storing this or sharing this. As you know, child pornography is also a big area of concern, and that's a crackdown that the Kerala government is also undertaking at the same time, because attitudes that are formed about sexual perversion or about respect neither to a woman, it could be a man as well, or a child, all those cases in a sense, should I say, being looked at by the Kerala government and the authorities there.
Right, thank you so much, Uma, for joining us with those details. And switching tracks now to Jammu and Kashmir, and the Congress will be starting its election campaign in the poll-bound Jammu and Kashmir. Well, the Congress MP Rahul Gandhi will be launching the party campaign in Kashmir, while Ally National Conference's Vice President Omar Abdullah will be filing his nomination for the polls, and that is coming up as far as his filing of nomination is concerned. That's going to be happening today. So Jammu and Kashmir will be witnessing its polls in 3 phases, starting from the 18th of this month and then the 25th, followed by the 1st of October. So Rahul Gandhi and other members of the Congress party expected to kickstart the campaigning of the Congress party in the poll-bound Jammu and Kashmir. We have Nazir joining us. Nazir, 2 mega rallies have been planned and Rahul Gandhi to participate in those rallies. Can we also expect Priyanka Gandhi Vadra to be there?
Well, Rahul Gandhi is kickstarting his election campaigning in Jammu and Kashmir today with 2 rallies. One is in Banhal constituency at a place called Sangaldan, where he will address the first rally. He will be campaigning for former Congress President Bakar Kulwani. But Rahul Gandhi has to strike a very fine balance when he will address the rally in Banhal, because there's a friendly contest between National Conference and the Congress, and the main opponent of the Congress candidate is the National Conference candidate. And so this is one of the 5 constituencies where both the alliance partners are having friendly contact. Then Rahul Gandhi will fly to Duru in Anantnag, where he will address a rally and campaign for Ghulam Ahmad Mir. Ghulam Ahmad Mir is a former Congress state president and also currently the General Secretary in charge West Bengal and Jharkhand, senior leader. So Rahul Gandhi coming for him. And at Duru, Farooq Abdullah would be accompanying Rahul Gandhi. He will also address the rally. It is a joint candidate. So besides, Congress, launching its campaign, Rahul Gandhi launching his kick-starting campaign, Omar Abdullah is also today filing his nomination papers from Gandarbal constituency. This is the Abdullah family constituency where Sheikh Mohammed Abdullah has contested election, Farooq Abdullah contested election, and Omar Abdullah so far has contested 3 elections from Ganderbal constituency. In 2002, he lost election in Ganderbal. In 2008, he won. And he's again fighting from Ganderbal. In 2014, he didn't contest from election from Ganderbal. So he's contesting again from this family constituency, Ganderbal. And there are a lot of balls who are going against him. There are reports that one, jail separatists may contest from there, whose, nomination form was rejected in Shopian, which will go to the polls in first phase. But he's again, contesting from there. So if that is correct, which means when Umar Abdullah fought election for the parliament, a prisoner from, Tihar jail, Engineer Rashid was allowed to contest from Baraballah, and Umar Abdullah lost. Now another prisoner who is a separatist, staunch separatist, who led a, bloody revolt in 2016, and he was, kind of a, cult figure for the separatists and the and those protests. So he is now fighting elections. Those are reports. He may be fighting elections from Ganderbal against Umar Abdullah. So that would be a very interesting contest, and why those who are in jail, being allowed to, fight against Umar Abdullah, whether it was in parliament or it would be in Ganderbal, would be a very interesting. What are the reason we don't know, but Umar Abdullah appears to be the, target of those who are in jail, or government who allow, disallowed, given adverse report against Sarjan Barkati when he filed his nomination papers from the Shopian Assembly constituency, but again trying his luck from the Ganderbal constituency. We'll have to see whether he will be allowed, because the security agency will give him clearance from contesting Ganderbal elections as well, because Election Commission has rejected his form in the earlier seat. So it is an interesting election because it is seen as an election where large number of people are participating, where we see for the first time election happening without any fear of violence or boycott call. Even the separatists like the Jamaat Islami linked candidates are participating in this election. And today it is the top leadership of the Congress, Rahul Gandhi himself, coming and starting election campaign from Jammu Kashmir.
Right, of course, Nazir, these two rallies are the start of a series of Congress star campaigners seeking the support for party candidates. And later we're also expecting Sonia Gandhi as well as Mallikarjun Kharge and the sister of Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, among the 40 Congress star campaigners who will be campaigning in Jammu and Kashmir. Thank you so much, Nazir, for joining us. Well, switching tracks now, according to sources, the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party have reached a principal understanding to fight next month's Haryana Assembly elections, now challenging the task of deciding on the seats between the parties. So the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party there reaching that agreement. This was a meeting that took place. So saying that early exchanges as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned has demanded 10 seats, while the Congress is willing to give between 5 and 7 only. The Congress is reportedly also willing to give 1 seat to the Samajwadi Party of ex-Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Akhilesh Yadav. We have my colleague Gurpreet joining us. Gurpreet, another round of meeting expected in order to decide on the seat sharing formula.
That is the recent development. We have seen earlier so many times the former Chief Minister of Haryana, Bhupinder Singh Hooda, has given a very clear statement saying at the national level we forged the alliance with Aam Aadmi Party, but at the state level we don't want to pursue this alliance. But we have seen this is a new development. We have seen even the central leadership of the Congress, they have also saying they are trying to make a plan to have a seat share. So somewhere down the line it seems this India alliance which has been paused during the Lok Sabha elections, that is the same formula they are going to implement in Haryana state elections. So, but how many seats they are going to give Aam Aadmi Party, that is yet to be seen, and what will be the political strategy for both the parties, that is yet to be formulated by the central leadership. Back to studio.
Right, thank you so much, Gurpreet, for joining us with those details. And let's switch tracks to Maharashtra now, and Mahayuti seat sharing after the marathon meeting. As far as the Mahayuti NDA alliance is likely to finalize its seats in the next 2 weeks. Out of the total of 288 constituencies in the state, the BJP is likely to contest around 160 seats, and the Shinde Sena could get around 70 seats, and Ajit Pawar's NCP could get about 50 seats. Ajit Pawar has, however, sought 60 seats under the pressure from his party leaders. Anuj, take us through, from what we're hearing from our sources as far as the seat sharing is concerned. Get us all the details that you have for us.
You see, in the Lok Sabha elections, according to several experts and pundits, what costed the Maha-Yuti alliance was the fact that the seat sharing wasn't the most satisfactory kind of dealing between the three alliance parties, and we also saw that several constituencies, after the MVA, that is the Mahavikas Agadi, had already done it, and it resulted in Maha-Yuti suffering huge losses when the results came out. And to kind of make sure that something like that doesn't repeat itself, we are seeing that the Maha-Yuti has started to pull up its stocks and has started to hold marathon meetings in two of the major cities of the state, that is Nagpur and Mumbai, under the leadership from the central committee, central government as well, including Nitin Gadkari, who has come down to the state to have a talk with state leaders. Now, what we are seeing is the fact that the BJP, which is the single largest party in the state at the moment, with 105 MLAs, will be eyeing to get as many as 150 to 160 seats out of 288 seats, which leaves just above 100 seats for the other two partners, that is Shiv Sena and Ajit Pawar faction of NCP. Shiv Sena faction of Eknath Shinde, who is also the Chief Minister of the state at the moment, will be demanding for the second most number of seats, which can go up to 70 to 80. But the interesting player here is Ajit Pawar faction. We see that his party got only 4 seats in the Lok Sabha elections, out of which he was only able to make one candidate win. So the strike rate was as low as 25%. But then there were also reports that the fact that Ajit Pawar accepted such less number of seats in Lok Sabha meant that the Maha-Yuti had promised to be a little more liberal to him when the Vidhan Sabha time came. And but the pressure from the several organizations on the BJP, including the RSS, on the inclusion of the Ajit Pawar faction of NCP has also showed results, or it has impacted the Maha-Yuti alliance across the state, as we've seen that the party has been giving some contradictory statements and has been holding protests against the government as well. At the moment, the Ajit Pawar faction might be demanding for something close to 70 or 80, but there may not be a space for more than 40 to 50 seats for Ajit Pawar faction from the Maha-Yuti.
Thank you so much, Anuj, for getting us all those details. So with that, we're slipping in a very short break. Back with a whole lot more. To stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of coal, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections.
Welcome back. Let's get to the very latest from the national capital and the new presidential order that has now given more powers when it comes to Delhi's LG. So this is going to be a new flashpoint between Delhi's LG and the government here in the national capital. So it is going to be the Delhi LG versus the Aam Aadmi Party. The LG getting more powers in appointments. President Draupadi Murmu on Tuesday delegated Delhi's LG to get more powers to form and appoint members to any authority, board, commission or statutory body under laws enacted by the Parliament for the capital. The Ministry of Home Affairs has gone on to say that the new presidential order could constitute any authority, board and commission such as the Delhi Commission for Women and the Delhi Electricity Regulatory Commission. In a notification issued on Tuesday, the Union Home Ministry said that Delhi LG can also appoint members to such authority, board, commission or statutory bodies. So this is the latest as far as the powers. This new presidential order is likely to trigger a fresh showdown between the LG and the ruling Aam Aadmi Party government in the capital. The notification has come about in which more powers have now been given to the LG. We have my colleague Tanushka joining us. Tanushka, this clearly means, it is the centre that is giving the Delhi LG more powers against the government here in the national capital.
Exactly, Divya. The president has delegated the appointment of to form and appoint members to boards, commissions, authorities and any statutory body under the laws that are enacted by the Parliament in Delhi to the Delhi's Lieutenant Governor. So with the president renewing these provisions that have already been there, that have already existed, the spotlight has been brought back to the tussle between the power in Delhi. That means between the Delhi's Lieutenant Governor and the Delhi's mayor. So this also means that Delhi's Lieutenant Governor will therefore from now onwards again have these powers to form and appoint members of authority onto any such commissions, boards and authorities.
Right, Tanushka, thank you so much for getting us all those details. And moving on now, let's just get you more news. And there is news regarding this is the Delhi LG has asked the MCD Commissioner to notify the appointment of Deputy Commissioners as presiding officers to the MCD Ward Committee polls after the Mayor did not do so. The last-minute intervention by the LG using special powers granted makes way over as far as this is for the polls today. However, Delhi Mayor has hit back, writing to the MCD Commissioner alleging that the councillors were unable to file the nominations on time. We have Tanushka back with us. Tanushka, now it is the LG versus the Mayor with the MCD Ward Committee polls that are coming up today, and it is the LG who has again stepped in.
Right, exactly, Divya. There has been a constant suspense over these MCD polls and elections that finally the Delhi Lieutenant Governor put some clarity to and announced that the elections will be held today itself. And this notification came in late last night, wherein first of all, the MCD Commissioner reached out to the Lieutenant Governor seeking for direction as to the elections and as to the decision as well, because there was no decision on the same from the mayor's end until 8 in the evening yesterday. So which is when the Lieutenant Governor also wrote out in as a response to the MCD Commissioner stating that elections will happen today, will commence today. And this was in a way Delhi Lieutenant Governor, exercising his constitutional and statutory powers. And he's also nominated the deputy commissioners of each zone to be acting as the presiding officers in these elections.
Right, Tanushka, thank you so much for getting us all those details. Switching tracks now to news coming in from Madhya Pradesh, in which a man assembled a garland made out of complaints. That is the documents that he put together in a garland, and then he made an entrance into the district collector's office that left everyone stunned. He was crawling and then rolling on the floor. The man dragged several other documents containing what he claimed was evidence against the Sarpanch. Let's just get you the very latest, and its Union Minister apologizes over the cafe blast remarks that were made and has tendered an apology. We're talking about the minister who's apologized to the people of Tamil Nadu. Shobha has gone on to say that no intention was to hurt the sentiments, seeking the quashing of the FIR against her. Shobha has said that the Rameshwaram cafe bombers were trained in Tamil Nadu. So now an apology has been given. This is an apology over the controversial remarks made over the blast that took place at the Rameshwaram cafe. The remarks linked to the people of Tamil Nadu, and it is the Union Minister who has apologized over the remarks that were made. It is Shobha Karandlaje who has filed an affidavit and has tendered an apology. The minister has apologized to the people of Tamil Nadu, saying that she really had no intention to hurt the sentiments and that she's seeking the quashing of the FIR against her. She had gone on to claim that the bombers responsible for that blast at the Rameshwaram cafe were trained in Tamil Nadu. So she has now retract that comment that was made, saying that she had no intention of hurting anyone or anyone's sentiments, and she has now tendered an apology. She is seeking for the quashing of the FIR that was filed against her. These are the comments that were made by the minister in regard to the blast that took place. So now she has tendered an apology. She has apologized to the people of Tamil Nadu over that controversial. So she had filed this affidavit on Tuesday before the Madras High Court, apologizing to the people of Tamil Nadu for her remarks made in light of the Rameshwaram cafe blast in Bengaluru earlier this year. So we have Sam Daniel joining us. Sam, of course, we just heard like the minister has tendered an apology. She has gone on to say that she didn't want to hurt anyone's sentiments. Take us through the remarks that were made in connection with the people responsible for the Rameshwaram blast.
She had made this in March, soon after the Rameshwaram cafe blast in Bengaluru, Divya. At that time, even when the NIA was on its probe at that time, Shobha had claimed that the people who had kept those bombs at the Rameshwaram cafe are from Tamil Nadu. They got trained from Tamil Nadu and then they indulge in this kind of terror activities in Karnataka. And the context is that was before the Lok Sabha elections, in the run-up to the Lok Sabha elections, and at that time those comments, although were seen to be inaccurate and not corroborated by investigators, it was seen in the political context of an attempt to help the BJP, which was trying to expand its footprint in Tamil Nadu, where it has negligible presence. And a private citizen had moved the post, saying that this kind of a statement triggers panic and also projects the entire Tamil community in Tamil Nadu as people who get trained to plant bombs. And he had moved the court, and incidentally, the minister also had moved the court to quash the FIR filed against her for trying to create enmity, trying to create clashes between different groups and sections like that. And the Tamil Nadu government had argued that when the NIA had not made any such statements, the minister ought not to have done that, and they demanded an apology in the form of a statement read to the press, just the way she had made those statements during the press conference. And now she has filed an affidavit in the Madras High Court apologizing to people of Tamil Nadu that she regrets if she had hurt the feelings and sentiments of people in Tamil Nadu, and she respects the Tamil culture and the people here, and those comments were not intended to offend anyone in Tamil Nadu. Now, the Tamil Nadu government's Advocate General has sought time. The case has been adjourned now, and he would get back with instructions from the government whether they are fine with that or would they insist on she apologizing in the form of a press meet.
Right, Sam, thank you so much for getting us all those details. Moving on now to more news, and this is several weeks after the gruesome rape and murder of a junior doctor in Kolkata's RG Kar hospital that sparked an outrage across the country. The West Bengal Assembly passed a bill to bring in a new law that ensures the maximum punishment for all rape cases where the punishment will be death penalty or life in jail. The law will also make provision for a time-bound trial and an enhanced compensation of fine. Mamata Banerjee called the law historic. But when will this be implemented is the question, because she still needs the nod of the president.
Guarantee dite hobe immediate execution of this bill.
Eta glorify korar noy.
No break from the politics as the West Bengal Legislative Assembly debated a new law to combat sexual crimes like rape.
Nari shakti joy oporajitara bichar pak.
Even as the bill was passed with support from both the opposition and the ruling party, the Trinamool and the BJP took on each other, with the BJP targeting Mamata Banerjee, accusing her of downplaying rapes in the past. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee hit back, citing incidents in other states.
Cross-check kore apni jodi dekhen correct information, I don't have any problem. Kintu jodi dekhen wrong information, misleading information, disinformation and distorted information and destructive information and provocative information, then Speaker has the right to deal it. মনে আছে আপনাদের কেউ তো একবারও স্বীকার করলেন না উন্নাওয়ের কথা। এটা ফ্যাক্ট যে আজকে প্রতিদিন দেশে প্রায় 90টি ধর্ষণের ঘটনা ঘটে, তার মধ্যে অনেকেরই মৃত্যু ঘটে, খুব বেদনাদায়ক। উত্তরপ্রদেশের ঝাঁসিতে চলন্ত গাড়িতে 17 বছরের মেয়ে ধর্ষিতা হয়েছে।
আপনাকে বলি এই বিল আনার উদ্দেশ্য কি? উদ্দেশ্য হচ্ছে জনমত। সরকার এই বিপুল জনবিক্ষোভ, গণরোষ, ঘৃণা, ক্রোধ এই জায়গা থেকে ইস্যু ডাইভার্ট করতে চাইছেন আপনারা।
As the BJP pushed for immediate implementation of the bill, the Chief Minister asked the Leader of Opposition to ensure the Governor does not delay it. The new law mandates setting up of an Aparajita task force headed by a DSP rank officer. It also mandates completion of the investigation of offences within 21 days and also mandates the maximum punishment for rape, life term or death. Will this bill, which has been passed with political consensus, get assent from the President or Governor, or will it meet the fate of similar bills that have been passed by other states but are still waiting for presidential assent? With camera person GD Shankar in Kolkata, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
And let's just switch tracks to the rain situation in Andhra Pradesh, and heavy rain will continue. There's a yellow category warning that's been issued. This is the biggest disaster I've seen, is what Chandrababu Naidu, the Chief Minister, has gone on to say. 4.5 lakh people have been affected in Andhra Pradesh. At least 17 people have died due to the rain situation in the state. Now, operations are underway as far as the rescue operations are concerned. Huge deployment of drones has been seen in the area. Up to about 60 drones have been used in order to send water, food, as well as last mile connectivity, as far as thousands of homes and vehicles are full of slush and mud. 200 cars have been submerged underwater. From what we are hearing is that rain will continue till about the 7th of September. And to get you a ground report, my colleague Uma Sudhir gets us the details.
Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu, in fact, went for about 3 to 4 hours on a JCB covering about 25 kilometers. He is trying to reach out to the last of the people, he says, to find out whether flood relief material in the form of water or food is reaching those areas. And that's the reason why, without any escort vehicles, in fact, he is going to those areas that are not reachable with any other form of vehicle. And of course, wading through the waters as well, third time running. And I must say, for a 74-year-old, very senior leader, this is something that the people of the area will perhaps remember. A few points that the Chief Minister has made. One, he has said that the dangers in terms of the flooding may, for the time being at least, have receded, because the waters in the Krishna River at Prakasham have receded to about 5 to 6 lakh cusecs as against more than 11.45 lakh cusecs that he had spoken about just 24 hours earlier, which means the water release that happened from the Prakasham barrage gates has helped, and therefore water should start receding from those areas. The second part is that drones are being used very, very extensively. Yesterday, if about 27 drones were used to reach water and food and other essential things like medicines to people, today 30 more drones are going to be used, so almost 60 drones will be put to use in order to reach the relief material to the people. And the Chief Minister in fact saying those drones will be also used to see which are the areas which are badly cut off and where the rescue operations still may need to be carried out. 2 choppers still are around to be able to do that kind of an activity. And he has also said that because there is vast tracts of agricultural land where the crop has been lost, the drones may be used to capture those visuals also to find out the extent of the loss. The third part is about the cleanup operation itself, because thousands of homes and thousands of vehicles as well, 2-wheelers, 4-wheelers, all of them stuck in the mud, huge amount of slush that is there inside homes and inside the vehicles as well, and some of them in fact buried literally in the sand. That will become very, very difficult to retrieve, and the Chief Minister has now said that the fire department will in fact go and try to help in the cleanup operation inside homes as well, because people, once the water recedes as well, for them to go back to their homes is becoming very, very difficult, and the fire department will help in those operations.
Well, thank you so much, Uma, for getting us that ground report. Switching tracks now to the Prime Minister, who is on his bilateral visit to Brunei. The Prime Minister arrived yesterday to the Omar Al Saifuddin Mosque in Brunei's capital. He also inaugurated a new building at the India's High Commission at the mosque. Mr. Narendra Modi was welcomed by Brunei's Minister of Religious Affairs, with members of the Indian community in attendance. And also today, there are bilateral talks which are underway, and the focus, of course, to know more on this, we have Ghazali joining us. Ghazali, when we talk about the focus as far as the bilateral meeting is concerned, is going to be on defense, trade and investment.
Yes, certainly. And why this trip is significant, or the meeting is significant, because the Indian space industry, or say the space technology, is getting a huge flip from Brunei, because we have got a space tracking station in Brunei, and all our satellite launches eastwards are being tracked from there. So in this particular visit, India is also expecting that they will have a training session. A MOU will be signed where India will be training Brunei in the space tech, and that will also give us a flip, because we already have a ground station in Brunei. And besides the space tech, the talks will also, the MOUs may be signed when it comes to defense cooperation, because India is now aiming to reduce its reliance on any one of the partners for defense procurement. Earlier it was Russia, then we diversified our partnership. We got France and US and Germany, but now India also needs some partners in Asia. That is why this trip is significant, because after Brunei, Indian Prime Minister is also traveling to Singapore. So in this particular visit in Brunei today, when the talks will be held, the Prime Minister will be talking about a defense cooperation. What we are being told by the Ministry of External Affairs is that Brunei and India can also sign for a joint working group when it comes to defense cooperation. Besides defense and space, then we have food and agri-technology, education, science, and these are the key areas in which MOUs are expected to be signed between India and Brunei.
Right. Ghazali, you did mention the Prime Minister this afternoon will be taking off to Singapore, and something that the Prime Minister has gone on to describe would be poised to take their relationship and the ties between the two countries to an entirely new level.
Yes, certainly. And why Singapore is important, we all know it is one of our largest trading partner in ASEAN countries. It was also source of our largest FDI in the last financial year. And besides that, what is also concerning for India is the growing influence of China. And both Brunei and Singapore are relatively very different, because Singapore happens to be an ASEAN country, which is the source of our largest FDI, and Brunei happens to be an ASEAN partner, which is the least, which has got the least FDI turnover for India. So for both the countries, both the countries' significance for India is that through cooperation with both these countries in ASEAN, India is also going to counter the growing influence of China in the South China Sea. The geostrategic location of Brunei and the standing of Singapore in Asia is something which is very relevant for India to have these countries on its side at a time when global conflict is rising and India wants to take everyone along. India is being considered the voice of global South, and if you see in the last 100 days of this government, the government of India or its foreign policy is focused on bringing the neighborhood closer to India, as well as in the larger perspective of peace and maritime security in the Asia Pacific. India is also trying to reach out to its distant neighbors, the neighbors who are located far away from India in the South Asia region, and that is why this trip to Brunei and Singapore is very relevant.
Right. Thank you so much, Ghazali. We will keep tracking that story and coming back to you for more on that. And switching tracks now to the Paralympics in Paris, and India took their medal tally to 20, the highest ever in a single edition of Paralympics. Before this, their best performance had taken place in Tokyo, where India won 19 medals. Well, it is Sharad Kumar who won silver, while Mariyappan Thangavelu claimed bronze in men's high jump event. On the other hand, Ajit Singh and Sundar Singh Gurjar clinched silver and bronze respectively in javelin throw final. Deepti Jeevanji won the 400 meters bronze, and of course earlier shooter Avani Lekhara, who already won a gold medal, finished 5th in the women's 50-meter rifle.
जो आपका जो ट्रेडमार्क है गोल्ड और रिकॉर्ड, वो आपने बरकरार रखा।
काफ़ी खुशी है कि पैरालंपिक रिकॉर्ड के साथ में गोल्ड मेडल लेके आए देश के लिए, और काफ़ी प्राउड फील कर रहा हूँ, काफ़ी ब्लेस्ड फील कर रहा हूँ कि मेरे को ऐसी टीम मिली है जो हर टाइम मेरे साथ खड़ी रहती है।
क्या बात है, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। कोच साहब, जैवलिन चाहे कोई भी लोग बाहर से लगता है कि एक प्लेयर फेंक रहा है, लेकिन बहुत बड़ी टीम है। और मैं विपिन के बारे में बात करूंगा। विपिन की जैसी तारीफ सुमित मुझसे कर रहे थे, वो कमाल की बात है। पहले भी हम लोग बात कर रहे थे कि गोल्ड आना चाहिए, रनवे आपको पसंद था, लेकिन यहाँ रनवे वैसा तो नहीं था।
नहीं, रनवे एक्चुअली क्या है कि रनवे जो ये सेकेंडरी रनवे है, जो मेन रनवे है वो उस तरफ है।
मैं नीरज फेंका था वो ऑपोजिट साइड।
हाँ जी, वो अपोजिट साइड है। तो इस रनवे का हमें कोई आइडिया नहीं था, वो रनवे बहुत अच्छा था, पर इधर से कराया तो हमने फिर भी अपना 100% देने की कोशिश की। और ठीक है, एक बहुत अच्छी थ्रो है 70+, और उसके साथ ओलंपिक रिकॉर्ड करना एक
और वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप से ज़्यादा है ना?
ज़्यादा तो चलो बहुत ज़्यादा उम्मीदें थी, उधर से होता तो और अच्छी भी हो जाती।
अच्छा, स्पोर्ट्स में हमेशा कुछ बाकी रहना चाहिए ताकि अगले ओलंपिक्स में
बिल्कुल कोशिश करेंगे कि आने वाली चैंपियनशिप में इससे और अच्छा बेहतर परफॉर्म करें।
अच्छा, आप विपिन के बारे में बहुत तारीफ कर रहे थे, लोगों को आप बताएं। आपने तो जो मुझे बताया वो अलग बात है, एक फिजियो का कितना इम्पोर्टेंट।
बिल्कुल, मेरे को काफ़ी टाइम से इंजरी चल रही थी और मैं काफ़ी पेन में था, तो विपिन भाई से मिला मैं, और कोबे से थोड़ी दिन पहले मिला था।
मई मतलब वर्ल्ड
चैंपियनशिप मई में थी जो, और उसके बाद काफ़ी अच्छा ट्रेनिंग कर पाया हूँ मैं, ऑल थैंक्स टू माय टीम।
क्या विपिन बताइए, क्या इनको प्रॉब्लम थी, कैसे ठीक करते हैं आप? इनको जादू है तो हम लोगों को भी ठीक कीजिए।
नहीं, इनको काफ़ी लास्ट 3 ईयर से स्पाइन की इंजरी थी और सीवियर थी। तो प्रॉब्लम ये थी कि इंजरी तो रिकवर कर जाए, बट साथ के साथ इंजरी डेली भी डेवलप कर रही थी गेम के साथ साथ, क्योंकि इनका जो एम्प्यूटेड लेग है उसके साथ साथ इनकी लोडिंग जो है स्पाइन पे आनी ही थी, जानी ही थी। ये सर मेरे पास आए मई में, तो मई में हम लोगों के पास फिर कोबे में वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप भी थी, बहुत ज़्यादा समय नहीं था, तो ज़्यादा रेस्ट ना लेते हुए गेम भी कंटिन्यू रखा, साथ के साथ हीलिंग चलती रही। अभी फ़िलहाल में 90% के करीब रिकवरी थी, तो हमारा मेन तो यही था मिशन कि पेरिस 2024।
मतलब कमाल की बात है, अभी ये 100% फिट नहीं है, गोल्ड मेडल रिकॉर्ड के बावजूद पूरी तरह खुश नहीं है, रनवे ठीक नहीं था। ये सुमित ही इतना हम्बल और ह्यूमिलिटी के साथ
देखिए सर, काफ़ी उम्मीदें मेरे को ज़्यादा थी, मैं सच बताऊँ, मीटर्स की बात करें तो बिल्कुल, और बाकी गोल्ड से काफ़ी खुश हूँ मैं, और लकीली
बैक टू बैक गोल्ड।
हाँ, बट लकीली यहाँ पे पैरालंपिक्स जैसी स्टेज पे कुछ भी चीज़ वो नहीं होती, कोई श्योर नहीं होती। और मेरे को पर्सनली बहुत प्रेशर था आपकी बार, जिस तरह से मेरे को, मैं सच बताऊंगा, बहुत ज़्यादा प्रेशर।
सुमित, क्या है पार्टी का, क्या प्लान है, क्या खाना है? जल्दी।
अभी तो कुछ प्लान नहीं है।
नहीं, पार्टी का प्लान तो है।
नहीं अभी तो कुछ प्लान नहीं है, बट देखते हैं, विलेज में जाके डिस्कस करेंगे।
And let's just switch tracks now to Uttarakhand, where snowfall has been reported. These are fresh visuals of snowfall reported in the Chamoli district, a fresh coat of white with snowfall in the Chamoli district of Uttarakhand. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. News and updates will continue on the other side. To stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with
The Bombay High Court is expected to hear a plea on the film Emergency. Zee Entertainment moves the High Court over film certification. The plea alleges CBFC illegally withheld the certification. A two-judge bench will hear the matter today. The Union Home Ministry tells the Supreme Court that West Bengal government has adopted a blatant, non-cooperative approach towards CISF, tasked by the Supreme Court to provide security to the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital following the rape murder of a doctor on its premises. The Home Ministry also says West Bengal government should extend its support. The Mollywood Me Too storm continues to escalate. Now Malayalam actor Alencia Key Lopez has been booked for allegedly sexually assaulting an actress back in 2017 in Bengaluru. Actor Naveen Pauly has also been booked for rape. The Prime Minister is in Brunei to boost strategic ties. He will be at the Sultan of Brunei's residence later today, after which he will head to Singapore. India makes Paralympics history with 20 medals. The India contingent surpasses the Tokyo performance. It's 10 a.m. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. Our big focus at the moment? Well, details have emerged regarding the Bombay High Court hearing of the film Emergency. Zee Entertainment Enterprises and the makers of the film Emergency have moved the Bombay High Court seeking a direction to the CBFC to issue a certificate for the film. In fact, Zee has petitioned the Bombay High Court seeking an official copy of the film's certification from the CBFC and further claimed that despite being informed of the film's certification on the 29th of August, the CBFC is yet to provide a formal copy of the certification. The plea also alleges that CBFC has illegally withheld the certification and Zee is seeking urgent relief from court, and the court has agreed to hear the plea today. Let's go across to my colleague Radhika Ramaswamy, who's tracking the latest details for us. Radhika, take us through what the producers of the film are alleging and what time is the case coming up in the Bombay High Court?
That's right. The division bench of the Bombay High Court will be hearing this plea filed by Zee Entertainment. It will be heard at about 11 a.m. or perhaps post that before a division bench. Now, Zee Entertainment had approached the court yesterday, in fact, seeking directions to the CBFC to release the certificate of the film. To release the certification of the film is the, sort of prayer that has been sought by Zee Entertainment. It states that the certification was given. In fact, they had announced the certification of the film sometime in August 29, but however, the entire certificate was withheld from the filmmakers, which is why now the filmmakers are seeking that particular physical copy of the certificate, saying that it has been deliberately withheld, which is illegal and arbitrary. So that is the claim that has been made as part of the petition. They've sought urgent relief. They also claim that without the certification, they cannot go ahead with the screening of the film. And it is interesting because before the Madhya Pradesh High Court, there were multiple petitions filed by Sikh organizations who had, of course, taken objection to the film, after which, of course, the Madhya Pradesh High Court asking the CBFC to consider all these objections and then take a stand, to which, of course, the CBFC had told the High Court there that we had, in fact, not given certification to the film. That is something that is being considered. In the initial days, of course, there was some sort of certification that was given, but that has been withheld post the objections. So therefore, the objections are being reconsidered once again, so which is why now it has been withheld. So against which, of course, now the makers have approached the Bombay High Court. Remains to be seen whether any sort of relief will be given. Remember, this film is embroiled in all kinds of controversies, with many organizations claiming that historical facts are wrong. The Sikh community has taken offense to it, stating that most of the portrayal of the characters are inappropriate. So these are the claims being made, which is why multiple petitions there. Now we'll have to wait and see whether Bombay High Court will in fact give that direction to the CBFC to release the certification of the film. If that does happen, then it is some sort of relief. But All that is something we will get to know in a couple of hours. But the filmmakers really trying their luck at this point to ensure that film releases on the scheduled day, which is September 6th.
As always, Radhika, thanks so much for joining us with the latest details. With that, let's turn our attention now to West Bengal. Well, in the latest flashpoint between Bengal's ruling Trinamool Congress and the Bharatiya Janata Party, the centre has now gone to the Supreme Court contending that the Bengal government must provide proper facilities for the CISF personnel who have been delegated to ensure security at the RG Kar hospital. Anything less, it said, would amount to contempt of court and action should be initiated. In fact, in its petition filed before the Supreme Court, the Ministry of Home Affairs said the troops are currently staying at the city's CISF unit in the city suburbs. They have to travel for 1 hour to reach the hospital. The Supreme Court has said the centre has filed a fresh plea against the West Bengal government.
This is a plea that has come from the Home Ministry against, as you rightly pointed out, the West Bengal government. Call it Amit Shah versus Mamata Banerjee or whatever you may. The fact is that this is in compliance with the Supreme Court norms and the Supreme Court direction to have CISF at RG Kar. That was the direction, that was the clear thing. Whether this comes in a grey area, whether they have to provide, accommodation to the CISF staff, the security gadgets, those are certain things that we'll have to wait and watch and see whether the MHA plea is accepted by the Supreme Court. Because how does a state government, which does not have the required accommodation provided to the CISF, just because of a direction that you have to take over the security of the hospital. It can be within a distance of, a few meters. How long is this CISF deployment? Is it going to be on a continuous basis just because the Chief Justice and his bench have decided? Is it going to be for months or years? Those are certain directions have to be taken it's in that context. We'll have to wait and see how things play out. It's definitely a huge contention because please remember, in the Constitution of India, law and order is number one. It's because of the Supreme Court direction that CISF has taken over the RG Kar. But does it mean that they have to also provide accommodation? Do they have to also provide the equipment and the security apparatus that the CISF requires? Who pays for that? All these issues need to be resolved, and we'll get further clarity once the Supreme Court takes up this matter.
Weeks after the gruesome rape and murder of a junior doctor in Kolkata's RG Kar hospital that sparked outrage across the country, the West Bengal Assembly passed a bill to bring in a new law that ensures the maximum punishment for all rape cases, where the punishment will be death penalty or life in jail. The law will also have provisions for a time-bound trial and an enhanced compensation or fine. Mamata Banerjee has called the law historic, but when will it be implemented? Well, here are the finer details for you.
Guarantee dite hobe immediate execution of this bill.
এটা গ্লোরিফাই করা নয় আপনাদের প্রধানমন্ত্রীকে
No break from the politics as the West Bengal Legislative Assembly debated a new law to combat sexual crimes like rape.
নারী শক্তির জয় হোক অপরাজিতারা বিচার পাক
Even as the bill was passed with support from both the opposition and the ruling party, the Trinamool and the BJP took on each other, with the BJP targeting Mamata Banerjee, accusing her of downplaying rapes in the past. Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee hit back, citing incidents in other states.
চেক করে আপনি যদি দেখেন কারেক্ট ইনফরমেশন আই ডোন্ট হ্যাভ এনি প্রবলেম কিন্তু যদি দেখেন রং ইনফরমেশন মিসলিডিং ইনফরমেশন ডিসইনফরমেশন এন্ড ডিস্টর্টেড ইনফরমেশন এন্ড ডিস্ট্রাকটিভ ইনফরমেশন এন্ড প্রভোকেটিভ ইনফরমেশন দেন স্পিকার হ্যাজ দ্য রাইট টু ডিল ইট মনে আছে আপনাদের কেউ তো একবারও স্বীকার করলেন না উন্নাওয়ের কথা এটা ফ্যাক্ট যে আজকে প্রতিদিন দেশে প্রায় 90টি ধর্ষণের ঘটনা ঘটে তার মধ্যে অনেকেরই মৃত্যু ঘটে খুব বেদনাদায়ক উত্তরপ্রদেশের ঝাঁসিতে চলন্ত গাড়িতে 17 বছরের মেয়ে ধর্ষিতা হয়েছে
আপনাকে বলি এই বিল আনার উদ্দেশ্য কি উদ্দেশ্য হচ্ছে জনমত সরকার এই বিপুল জনবিক্ষোভ গণরোষ ঘৃণা ক্রোধ এই জায়গা থেকে ইস্যু ডাইভার্ট করতে চাইছেন আপনারা।
As the BJP pushed for immediate implementation of the bill, the Chief Minister asked the Leader of Opposition to ensure the Governor does not delay it. The new law mandates setting up of an Aparajita task force headed by a DSP rank officer. It also mandates completion of the investigation of offences within 21 days and also mandates the maximum punishment for rape, life term or death. Will this bill, which has been passed with political consensus, get assent from the President or Governor, or will it meet the fate of similar bills that have been passed by other states but are still waiting for presidential assent? With camera person G.D. Shankar in Kolkata, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
By the way, Union Minister Kiran Rijiju has slammed West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee over an old letter sent to her government seeking fast-track special courts for cases of rape and those registered under the POCSO Act. In the letter dated 11th of November 2018, Mr. Rijiju sought the Mamata Banerjee government's intervention in the establishment of FTSCs for quick trial and disposal of pending rape as well as POCSO Act cases as far as West Bengal is concerned. In fact, Saurabh joins us with a quick update at the moment. Saurabh, Mr. Rijiju's remarks come after the Bengal Assembly unanimously passed this bill?
That's right, and of course there has been some talk and also some allegations and counter-allegations regarding these fast-track courts. Now, fast-track courts are something that have been in the pipeline for years now. While, the BJP, not just Mr. Rijiju, but others within the BJP as well, Mr. Rijiju has, of course, shared that letter that he shared when he was law minister. But apart from that, there have been others as well who also have, commented on this, including BJP MLA Ognimitra Paul, who also mentioned similar figures in the assembly during that debate on that law. And the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has also responded saying fast-track courts have been set up, though the numbers seem to be something that is a matter of debate between the BJP and the Trinamool. But yes, there has to be enough fast-track courts, and there seems to be consensus on that. How many have been set up, how many have not been set up? That's where the disagreement and the debate is. And the union, the former union law minister and of course the current union minister Kiran Rijiju flagging this issue of, that letter that he wrote earlier, and also the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee responding to that in the assembly, also sharing details of the fast-track courts that the government had set up.
As always, Saurabh, thank you so much for joining us with the latest details. With that, let's turn our attention now to Bombay, where the High Court, while hearing the suo motu PIL regarding sexual assault of 2 kindergarten students in a school in Badlapur, Thane, reiterated that the Maharashtra government must teach the boys about the right and wrong, saying Beta Padhao or Beti Bachao, which translates to educate the son to protect the daughter. This has reiterated the need to teach the boys at a younger stage on respecting women and girls, because 2 girls, as you know, aged 3 and 4, were sexually assaulted by a cleaning staffer in a girls' toilet in Maharashtra's Thane district. Massive outrage was seen at the Badlapur station in Thane as protesters held a rail roko protest, which we extensively covered with Radhika as well. In fact, Radhika joins us at the moment live for an update. Radhika, what further details can you disclose as we speak?
Bombay High Court yesterday continued to hear the suo motu PIL file as far as the Badlapur case is concerned, where 2 kids were sexually assaulted by a cleaner from their school. Of course, this man has been arrested, but a suo motu PIL at the moment being heard by the Bombay High Court. It was the 3rd hearing yesterday in which the court did make certain pertinent observations as far as the investigations are concerned, but more than that, also gave directions as far as the committee formation is concerned. It directed the state government to form a committee, of course, but headed by 2 retired justices, 2 retired Bombay High Court judges should preside over the committee, is the direction given by the Bombay High Court. And besides that, also spoke about how it is pertinent, it is important for men, for boys to be educated and to be aware of equality, gender equality and respect for women and so on. So which is why it spoke about Beta Padhao Beti Bachao. So that's a phrase that has been used by the Bombay High Court division bench yesterday while it was hearing the suo motu PL. In a way, not just focusing on the investigations part, while it did pull up the state government to the police over the shoddy investigation that it carried out, be it in terms of the delay in FIR, be it in terms of nabbing the accused and the case diary and all the procedures that were followed. The court was not happy about it. But more than that, it spoke about how there needs to be a societal change, a fundamental change in the way things are on ground, the mindset change, education, awareness among men, among boys from childhood. These are things that the Bombay High Court division bench focused on, which is why this committee has been formed, which is why it is emphasizing on some fundamental steps that need to be taken for a larger holistic change in the society so that such incidents do not happen. Now, of course, the committee report will be submitted before the court in 8 weeks' time, and the matter will continue to be heard in the form of this suo motu PIL after 4 weeks.
As always, Radhika, thanks so much for joining us with the latest update. Well, switching tracks now, an FIR has been filed against actor Alencia Le Lopez for sexual misconduct based on the complaint made by a junior artist. The offence allegedly took place in a hotel in Bengaluru on multiple occasions between the year 2017 and 2018. A case has been filed against actor Alencia now. The Ernakulam police has registered a case on the complaint of the young actress, and the complaint clearly says Alencia sexually assaulted her in Bangalore in 2017. And now we're told a special investigation team will conduct the investigation. But meanwhile, an FIR has also been registered against Malayalam film star Nivin Pauly, who's 40 years old, in Kerala's Ernakulam district, based on a complaint filed by a woman. The actor on Tuesday actually denied the charges and said that he will go to any extent to fight the case. In her complaint, though, the woman claimed that she was cheated on promises that she would be given a chance to act in films. She also claimed that she was sexually assaulted outside India by a group of 6 people, including Mr. Pauly, in Dubai. The police has registered an FIR against the actor under various sections. In fact, this includes sections 376. And as per the complaint, the incident happened in November last year in a hotel in Dubai. The complainant has alleged that the actor, Nivin Pauly, and 5 others, including producer A.K. Sunil, sexually assaulted her on the promise of a film role.
So Nivin Pauly is a big star, the Premam star as he's called. He had starred along with Sai Pallavi in that film, and of course several other successful films, and he has in fact alleged some kind of a conspiracy because of which he is being named in this particular case by an actress. And he in fact held a press conference yesterday and said that I want to put this out in the public domain, saying that I have no reason to believe that I have done anything wrong at all, and therefore I am going to go to the bottom of this. What he has said is that he is going to take this up legally because he believes that there is a conspiracy. In this particular case, he has been named as an accused number 6 by the police. In this case, the accused number 1 incidentally happens to be a woman called Shreya, who is supposed to have taken this victim survivor to another place where she was offered a role, and subsequently other than the producer as well in this case, who has been booked as accused number 2 in this case, and subsequently Nivin Pauly becoming accused number 6. All these are non-bailable cases, and that's the reason why many of them we are seeing, like Siddiq and Ranjit as well, have gone to the court seeking orders against their arrest on the basis of the complaints that are being made. Mr. Ranjit was in fact the first of the actors to be named in these cases. He has in fact gone to court saying that he is not just not guilty in this case, but he has also said that he has several ailments, including a liver transplant that he had undergone, and therefore he should not be arrested in this particular case. I must point out not just the Me Too allegations in the sexual harassment case in the film industry, there is some other big drive that's happening in Kerala, and that is against child pornography. an operation that is being called P. That is something that has in fact led to the arrest of as many as 37 people. Raids and searches are being carried out everywhere against people who are in fact looking at this or storing this or sharing this. As you know, child pornography is also a big area of concern, and that's a crackdown that the Kerala government is also undertaking at the same time, because attitudes that are formed about sexual perversion or about respect neither to a woman, it could be a man as well, or a child, all those cases in a sense, should I say, being looked at by the Kerala government and the authorities there.
Let's turn our attention now to Jammu and Kashmir, where the Congress is expected to kick off the election campaign in the poll-bound state. In fact, Rahul Gandhi will launch his party's campaign in Kashmir, while Allied National Conference's Vice President Omar Abdullah is expected to file for nomination for polls today. As we've been informing you, Jammu and Kashmir will witness polls in 3 phases. In fact, 2 mega public rallies are planned in the Ramban and Anantnag districts as we speak. Big day for the Congress. Meanwhile, I must inform you that Mehbooba Mufti has clearly said that there is no scope for a tie-up with the BJP. The PDP chief just ruled out any tie-up with the BJP in Jammu and Kashmir, while asserting that the government formation after the assembly polls would not be possible without the inclusion of her party. In fact, hitting out at Omar Abdullah's national conference, she claimed that the party wants to contest elections just for the sake of government formation. Nazir Masoodi has been tracking the latest developments for us in Jammu and Kashmir. He joins us live at the moment. Nazir, 2 mega rallies planned in the Ramban and Anantnag districts today?
Yeah, exactly. Rahul Gandhi will keep starting his election campaigning for assembly elections in Jammu and Kashmir today. First, he is addressing a rally in a place called Sangaldan, which is part of the Banihal Assembly constituency, where Congress candidate is Vicar Rasulwani, former Congress PCC chief. And interestingly, Rahul Gandhi has to strike a fine balance during his speech, because he cannot attack his opponent, since he is the alliance partner, and it is a friendly contest between National Conference and Congress in Banihal constituency. So their main rival is Sajjad Shaheen, National Conference leader. But once he finished that rally and he comes to Duru, he is expected to be joined by Farooq Abdullah. And Rahul Gandhi will be campaigning for Ghulam Ahmad Mir. He is the former JKPCC chief and also in charge, General Secretary in charge, Jharkhand and West Bengal for the Congress party. So the senior leader of the Congress. So this is the first, major rallies by Congress as election has started. BJP is also senior top leaders, including Prime Minister Modi, are coming to visiting Jammu and Kashmir next week to kickstart the election campaign in Jammu and Kashmir. And besides this, Congress rallies, Umar Abdullah is also filing his nomination papers from Ganderbal Assembly segment, which is the family constituency of Abdullahs, and 3 generations of Abdullahs have contested elections from Ganderbal, and it is the 3rd time Umar Abdullah will be contesting from Ganderbal Assembly constituency. So elections, fever is here. We know people are eagerly waiting to cast their vote, because it is the election which has happened after a long gap of 10 years. And all the political parties and large number of even independents are participating, including those who are linked to separatist groups like the Islamist groups like Jamaat Islami. Other people, even those who are in jail, are trying their luck in these elections as well.
Thanks so much, Nazir, as always, for joining us with the latest. We will, of course, revert to you for regular updates. With that, let's turn our attention now to battleground Haryana. Well, according to sources, the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party have reached a principal understanding to fight next month's Haryana Assembly election together. Now, the challenging task of deciding on the seats between the parties. Congress offers 7, the Aam Aadmi Party demands 10. Sources say that in the early exchanges, the Aam Aadmi Party has demanded 10 seats, while the Congress is willing to give between 5 and 7 only. The Congress is reportedly also willing to give 1 seat to the Samajwadi Party of ex-Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Akhilesh Yadav. And let's turn our attention now to the Mahayuti seat sharing. Well, after marathon meetings, Mahayuti, the NDA alliance, likely to is likely to finalize seats in the next 2 weeks. Now, out of the total 288 constituencies in the state, the BJP is likely to contest around 160 seats. Shinde Sena could get around 70 seats, and Ajit Pawar's NCP could get around 50 seats. Ajit Pawar has, however, sought 60 seats under pressure from his party leaders. Radhika Ramaswamy has been tracking the latest developments for us. She joins us with the lowdown. Radhika, what can you share with us at the moment?
That's right. As far as ruling Mahayuti, which is the NDA coalition, is concerned in Maharashtra, they've been having marathon meetings over the last several weeks, be it with the CEC or with the central leadership. There had been multiple gatherings of all the top leaders within BJP, Sena and NCP. Looks like the final seat sharing will be out in a couple of weeks. Now, what we are hearing is that of the 288 strength assembly, 160 seats may go to BJP. So, BJP could take the largest chunk as far as the assembly elections in Maharashtra are concerned in the Mahayuti equation. And Shiv Sena may take about 70 to 80 is what we are hearing. As far as Ajit Pawar NCP, which is not looking good at the negotiation table is concerned, may have about 50 seats, although it wants to contest at least about 60 seats in the assembly elections. Now, we know for a fact that Shiv Sena had a better strike rate when it came to Lok Sabha elections. It performed better than both the BJP as well as NCP in the Mahayuti equation, yet it may not get the largest chunk. BJP continues to be the big brother. NCP did not have the best strike rate. Still, it wants more seats as it is under pressure from several of the party workers as well as party cadres. There are going to be churns within NCP. We did see how many of the NCP workers and leaders did shift sides to Sharad Pawar camp, and that could continue to happen in the days to come. At this point, of course, the Mahayuti is trying to reduce disputes and bickering as far as seats are concerned, because it did cost them dear during Lok Sabha. There was a lot of bickering which led to delay in the announcement of seats as well as candidates. That really cost them a victory in Lok Sabha elections, which they don't want to repeat at this time, which is why early meetings happening. There could be announcements also happening very soon. Winnability is a factor that is considered, but there are internal disputes certainly. But at this point, of course, Mahayuti trying to reduce these disputes as much as possible so that the Lok Sabha results don't get repeated in assembly elections.
Thanks so much, Radhika, for joining us with the lowdown. In other news, last night a 27-year-old woman died after being hit by a speeding car in Malad in Mumbai. And after the accident, an angry mob also thrashed the driver of the Ford. In fact, a speeding car hit the 27-year-old woman, and the woman died after the drunk driver rammed the car. Well, with that, let's turn our attention now to the national capital, where the president has delegated more powers to the Delhi Lieutenant Governor. Now the Lieutenant Governor can appoint members to boards as well as commissions. In fact, Draupadi Murmu delegated Delhi's Lieutenant Governor Vinay Kumar Saxena the power to form and appoint members to any authority, board, commission or statutory board under laws enacted by Parliament for the capital. This is what the Ministry of Home Affairs has also confirmed. The new presidential order is likely to trigger a fresh showdown between the Lieutenant Governor VK Saxena and the ruling Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi ahead of next year's assembly polls. Meanwhile, voting began at the MCD headquarters. The election is being held today for the post of chairman, vice chairman and 12 members of the standing committee in the 12 zones. But it seems it's the Delhi LG versus the mayor in these MCD ward committee polls. In fact, after a 19-month delay, the Municipal Corporation of Delhi's ward committee elections are taking place today. Until late on Tuesday, confusion actually prevailed over whether the polls would take place on time, with Mayor Shelley Oberoi refusing to appoint presiding officers and directing MCD Commissioner Ashwani Kumar to allow at least 1 week more for filing nomination. For the latest, let's go across to my colleague Tanushka Datta, who joins us live. Tanushka, what details can you disclose?
Parmeshwar, well, as you mentioned, the Delhi Lieutenant Governor has been sought with the provisions, or rather the powers to, preside over or appoint members as well as form members into these authority bodies, into these boards, as well as, he's also called in the elections which were over a suspense, As you mentioned, for the past 19 months, it was in complete suspense that when would these MCD elections happen, which is currently undergoing right now at the Civic Centre. What we know as of now is that the Aam Aadmi Party has, gotten 5 members, whereas the BJP stands with 2 members. Ankush Narang of the Aam Aadmi Party stands unopposed member of the Standing Committee from Karol Bagh Zone, and Punardeep Singh Saini of the Aam Aadmi Party again has been declared unopposed member of the Standing Committee from City SP Zone. So a total of 5 members as of now at Aam Aadmi Party, with Aam Aadmi Party, and 2 with BJP. What we know is that this voting and these elections were announced by the Delhi Lieutenant Governor last night, where after the MCD Commissioner wrote to the Delhi LG seeking directions from him after no decision being taken by the Mayor of Delhi, Shelley Oberoi, which is when the MCD Commissioner wrote to the Delhi LG seeking for directions after the President Draupadi Murmu exercised these powers onto the Delhi LG to appoint or to declare such elections. Therefore, this is an overriding of the Delhi LG of the mayor as well, and he took on his constitutional as well as statutory powers and declared that the elections will happen today itself as decided, and the elections are also currently going on for the vice chairman as well as the chairman and 12 members of the Standing Committee of the Municipal Corporation of Delhi. Back to you.
As always, Tanushka, thanks so much for joining us with the latest details from Ground Zero. With that, let's turn our attention now to Andhra Pradesh, where massive relief work continues as an aftermath of the devastating floods there. In fact, the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh has said this is the biggest disaster he has ever seen. 4.15 lakh people are affected in the state, and at least 17 people have lost their lives, unfortunately. Uma Sudhir has the finer details for you.
Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu, in fact, went for about 3 to 4 hours on a JCB covering about 25 kilometers. He is trying to reach out to the last of the people, he says, to find out whether flood relief material in the form of water or food is reaching those areas, and that's the reason why, without any escort vehicles, in fact, he is going to those areas that are not reachable with any other form of vehicle, and of course wading through the waters as well, third time running. And I must say, for a 74-year-old very senior leader, this is something that the people of the area will perhaps remember. A few points that the Chief Minister has made. One, he has said that the dangers in terms of the flooding may, for the time being at least, have receded, because the waters in the Krishna River at Prakasham have receded to about 5 to 6 lakh cusecs, as against more than 11.45 lakh cusecs that he had spoken about just 24 hours earlier, which means the water release that happened from the Prakasham barrage gates has helped, and therefore water should start receding from those areas. The second part is that drones have been used very, very extensively. Yesterday, if about 27 drones were used to reach water and food and other essential things like medicines to people, today 30 more drones are going to be used, so almost 60 drones will be put to use in order to reach the relief material to the people. And the Chief Minister, in fact, saying...
Well, we have news coming in for you at the moment. Prime Minister Modi, who's on a 2-day visit to Brunei, is currently meeting a delegation there. We have live visuals coming in of his meeting with the Sultan of Brunei. On his visit to the Southeast Asian nation, the focus has actually been on trade, on culture, on tech, on gas and oil, as well as energy. In fact, the Prime Minister is meeting the Sultan Hassan Al Bolkiah, the ruler of Brunei, at his official residence. That's located near Brunei's capital. And where they are meeting, it's the world's largest residential palace, and it has also been registered in the Guinness World Records as the world's largest palace. The Prime Minister in Brunei there, as you can see live shots coming in of our External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar as well. This is a historic visit, as this is the first time an Indian Prime Minister has touched down in Brunei. Right, the Prime Minister is currently meeting officials, and the focus is currently on space, healthcare, defense and tech. I must inform you that even though Brunei has a significant population of about a small population. It has a footprint of Indians that amounts to around 14,000. So there are about 14,000 Indians who call Brunei home. They have significantly contributed not just to the healthcare sector, but they have also contributed significantly to the education sector. In fact, Indians are celebrated there for their significant contributions, and their contributions have also been acknowledged over the years. The first ever bilateral trip by an Indian Prime Minister to Brunei. Now, earlier as well, our Prime Minister Manmohan Singh had been to Brunei, but that was not for a bilateral visit. It was either to attend conferences like the ASEAN. In fact, Mr. Hamid Ansari has also touched down in the Southeast Asian nation. But this is the first bilateral visit by an Indian Prime Minister. He is on a 2-day visit to Brunei, and after this, he will be heading to Singapore for the next 24 hours. My colleague Mohammad Ghazali has been tracking this visit very closely. He joins us at the moment. Ghazali, take us through what's happening at the moment.
See, the Prime Minister is now meeting the Sultan of Brunei at his palace now, and and after this meeting, the Prime Minister is meeting Sultan Haji Hassan Al Bolkiah, who is the Sultan of Brunei right now, at his royal palace. And after that, the Prime Minister will also be holding the bilateral talks. That's the most important part, where all the issues of India's cooperation with Brunei in all existing sectors, including defense cooperation, trade and investment, energy, space technology, health cooperation, capacity building, culture, and people-to-people exchanges, and explore avenues for cooperation in newer sectors is what will be the focus of these talks. And we have already reiterated that how Brunei is an important partner in India's active policy and Indo-Pacific vision. Also, the Indian Prime Minister or the Indian government is looking to diversify its reliance when it comes to energy needs, and that is why Brunei is also very important. In the key area of maritime security, India-Brunei's cooperation is seen as part of security and growth for all in the region, which is also called Sagar Vision of India. And Brunei presents investment opportunities, particularly in enhancing its deep water Muara port, which could offer India the geostrategic and geoeconomic benefits. The Prime Minister's visit or the meetings today will also bolster the bilateral trade, defense and cultural exchanges. Why the cultural exchanges or the Indian diaspora is important there? Because we know it's a tiny nation with around 4 to 5 billion population and million population, and out of that around 14,000 are Indians who are holding notable positions in notable professions. So that is why this entire meeting today, the bilateral talks will be focusing on multiple areas, because this is the first diplomatic visit by an Indian Prime Minister or a bilateral visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Brunei. Brunei happens to be also one of the partners from where we are importing hydrocarbon. Also, India is looking forward that in years to come we will have to, Brunei may happen to be one of our sources for energy needs. And the MEA or the External Affairs Ministry had issued a statement saying that perhaps Brunei could be a partner in providing us natural gas in future. So all these areas, be it the space technology, be it energy sector, be it defense cooperation, and other sectors like education, people-to-people exchanges would be the focus of this meeting, which the Prime Minister will be undertaking after this meet.
Right, this visit is amid 40 years of India-Brunei ties. Ghazali, also after the Prime Minister wraps up his meeting with the Sultan of Brunei, take us through his agenda for Singapore as well.
So after this meeting, the Prime Minister will be planning for Singapore, and why that visit is more important. Both the visits are important, and see, there is a difference between both the countries, because Singapore happens to be the largest source of our FDI in the last financial year. It's also our largest trading partner as far as ASEAN is concerned, while Brunei happens to be the country, an ASEAN partner, which gives us the lowest FDI. So the Prime Minister is visiting both the countries. When it comes to Singapore, the relevance is that Singapore has huge Indian diaspora. Besides that, we have very close cooperation with Singapore in multiple areas, and this time around, after this visit of Prime Minister, perhaps our comprehensive strategic partnership is going to be the level of our cooperation with Singapore. And besides this, we'll have talks about defense cooperation. The visit of Prime Minister also comes just a week after we had the ministerial roundtable dialogue between India and Singapore, when 3 ministers from India, Mr. Ashwini Vaishnaw, Vaishnav, External Affairs Minister Mr. Jaishankar, as well as Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and Trade Minister Piyush Goyal. They visited last week to Singapore to hold dialogues with their counterparts in Singapore, and this visit was on the card. So Prime Minister will only going to bolster our entire partnership with Singapore, which is already very strong, to yet another level, and we are going to see much more deeper cooperation between India and Singapore when it comes to multiple sectors.
Right, well, India has been vocal, and the MEA said they'd like to have a more predictable hydrocarbon supplies with longer-term contracts from Brunei, especially in the area of gas. But Ghazali, bilateral trade between both our countries, it witnessed a close to $330 million dip from 2021. This was obviously against the backdrop of India actually sourcing oil from Russia and less from Brunei. Has that ruffled any feathers there?
Yeah, so that was that is one particular area which saw the dip because India was purchasing oil from Russia, and to revive that entire trade with Brunei when it comes to the oil or natural gas purchase from Brunei, this visit is very critical because India wants to revive that trade with Brunei. And why this is happening? Because when it comes to defense or energy needs of India, we have been diversifying our partners. We used to rely on one partner in Europe, like we have Russia, from where our defense purchases used to happen. We diversified towards Germany, US, even UK. But now when it comes to energy needs, India also wants to have partners in the closer neighborhood in Asia. And that is why Brunei is very important when it comes to energy needs. We have seen the kind of criticism India was facing or the scrutiny India was facing when India developed close relations with Russia, though MEA says that it's our own standing, whether West likes it or not. But despite all this, India also wants to have more partners in the Asian region, in the immediate neighborhood, when it comes to energy and defense sector. So that is why Brunei, the visit of Prime Minister today, the bilateral talks he will be having with the head of the Sultan of Brunei today, will be focusing on these sectors, be it energy, defense, space technology, and other sectors as well.
Right, crucial areas to focus on. Well, after ascending to the throne in August 1968, the Sultan actually achieved several development milestones and has built diplomatic relations, like being part of ASEAN and UN. But this monarch is most prominently actually known for his wealthy lifestyle and uber luxurious possessions. You have probably seen the clickbait headlines flashing the 7,000 luxury cars, a gold-plated jet, and a palace with 1,700 rooms captured. Well, as per reports, the Sultan of Brunei's total net worth is about $30 billion, with most of his money coming from oil reserves and natural gas. Sultan Hassan Al Bolkiah's car collection, meanwhile, has been making headlines. And why not? It's absolutely insane. He actually owns 7,000 luxury cars, valued at around 341 billion rupees. Obviously, those headlines in India have everyone peeling their eyes. His fleet actually includes 600 Rolls Royces and 300 Ferraris. And I must inform you that in the 90s, the Bolkiah family bought nearly half of all the Rolls Royces sold worldwide. Actually, the world's largest private car collection is owned by the Sultan of Brunei. He holds an official Guinness World Record for his Rolls Royce cars, in particular with 500 of the luxury cars, part of his overall collection. But some sources have said there are now 600 cars in his collection. He also got a custom-designed Rolls Royce featuring an open roof to accommodate the umbrella on top of the car. Naturally, the car was decked in gold plating from the grille to the tires. Also, as per reports, the Sultan of Brunei dropped $400 million on a Boeing 747. You heard that right, $400 million. He splurged an extra $120 million on accessories, including a gold wash basin. And get this, he even gifted his daughter an Airbus A340 for her birthday. Talk about living large. Living large actually takes us to the mansion that the Prime Minister and the Sultan are in at the moment. That mansion that they are meeting in is made out of gold. Some call it the ultimate royal residence. The Sultan of Brunei's palace spans actually a staggering 2 million square feet and holds the Guinness World Record as the largest palace in the world. Its dome is adorned with 22-carat gold, and the palace is valued at over 2,500 crore rupees. Inside that palace where that meeting is taking place, you'll find more than 1,700 rooms, more than 250 bathrooms, 5 swimming pools, 110 garages, and even air-conditioned stables for 200 horses. But it does not end just here. Hassanal Bolkiah's visitors can also find pleasure in the Sultan's private zoo, which actually houses roughly 30 Bengal tigers, we're told. And the zoo is also home to birds including flamingos, falcons that can sing, talk, ride bicycles, play basketball and also impersonate other animals. Bolkiah, though, has not lost his love for extravagance. He reportedly still often spends about $20,000 on a single haircut as he flies out his go-to barber from London's Dorchester Hotel in Mayfair. But after ascending to the throne in August 1968, his zest for life, many say, remains. He has achieved several developmental milestones and has built diplomatic relations, like being part of ASEAN and UN. In fact, our Prime Minister is currently speaking. Listen in to what he's saying currently.
आज भी भारत के लोग बहुत गौरव के साथ याद करते हैं। योर मैजेस्टी, मुझे अत्यंत खुशी है कि मुझे अपने तीसरे कार्यकाल की शुरुआत में ही ब्रुनेई की यात्रा करने का और आपसे भविष्य के विषय में चर्चा करने का सौभाग्य मिला है। यह भी सुखद संयोग है कि इस वर्ष हम द्विपक्षीय साझेदारी की 40वीं वर्षगांठ मना रहे हैं। भारत की एक्ट ईस्ट पॉलिसी और इंडो पैसिफिक विजन में ब्रुनेई का महत्वपूर्ण साझेदार होना ये हमारे लिए उज्जवल भविष्य की गारंटी है। हम एक दूसरे की भावनाओं का सम्मान करते हैं। मुझे विश्वास है कि मेरी इस यात्रा से और हमारी चर्चाओं से आने वाले समय के लिए हमारे संबंधों को स्ट्रैटेजिक दिशा मिलेगी। एक बार फिर इस अवसर पर मैं आपका हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। योर मैजेस्टी, आपके भावपूर्ण शब्द, गर्मजोशी भरे स्वागत और आतिथ्य सत्कार के लिए मैं आपको और पूरे शाही परिवार का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। सबसे पहले मैं आपको और ब्रुनेई के लोगों को आजादी की 40वीं वर्षगांठ पर 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की तरफ से हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं। योर मैजेस्टी, हमारे सदियों पुराने सांस्कृतिक संबंध है। हमारी मित्रता का आधार हमारी यह महान सांस्कृतिक परंपरा है। आपके नेतृत्व में हमारे संबंध दिनों दिन प्रगाढ़ होते रहे हैं। 2018 में हमारे गणतंत्र दिवस पर मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में आपकी भारत यात्रा की स्मृतियां आज भी भारत के लोग बहुत गौरव के साथ याद करते हैं। योर मैजेस्टी, मुझे अत्यंत खुशी है कि मुझे अपने तीसरे कार्यकाल की शुरुआत में ही ब्रुनेई की यात्रा करने का और आपसे भविष्य के विषय में चर्चा करने का सौभाग्य मिला है। यह भी सुखद संयोग है कि इस वर्ष हम द्विपक्षीय साझेदारी की 40वीं वर्षगांठ मना रहे हैं। भारत की एक्ट ईस्ट पॉलिसी और इंडो पैसिफिक विजन में ब्रुनेई का महत्वपूर्ण साझेदार होना ये हमारे लिए उज्जवल भविष्य की गारंटी है। हम एक दूसरे की भावनाओं का सम्मान करते हैं। मुझे विश्वास है कि मेरी इस यात्रा से और हमारी चर्चाओं से आने वाले समय के लिए हमारे संबंधों को स्ट्रैटेजिक दिशा मिलेगी। एक बार फिर इस अवसर पर मैं आपका हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं।
तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने बधाई दी।
Well, the Prime Minister's historic visit coincides with the 40th anniversary of establishment of diplomatic ties between India and Brunei. The Prime Minister and the Sultan have engaged in bilateral discussions focusing on areas of cooperation, especially in the areas of defense, trade, energy, investment, space technology and health. In fact, the two nations are expected to sign several MOUs in a short while, and after lunch, our Prime Minister will actually depart for Singapore. Upon his arrival there, the Prime Minister will meet members of the Indian community before being hosted for dinner by his counterpart, Prime Minister Lawrence Wong, in Singapore. The Prime Minister is on a two-nation Southeast Asia visit, but it is the first ever bilateral visit by an Indian Prime Minister to Brunei, even though in the past we've had former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh and our former President Hamid Ansari touch down in Brunei. This is the first bilateral visit by an Indian Prime Minister to the Southeast Asian nation. After this, he heads to Singapore. Slipping into a short break, news and updates continue in a moment.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Narendra Modi has posted on X saying, delighted to meet His Majesty Sultan Haji Hassan Al Bolkiah. Bilateral ties.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of coal, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day.
Welcome back. Let's get you the highlights of day 6 of the Paris Paralympics. India took their medals tally to 20, the best ever in a single edition of Paralympics. Before this, their best performance came in Tokyo, where India won 19 medals. Early today, Sharad Kumar won a silver, while Mariappan Thangavelu claimed a bronze in the men's high jump T63 event. On the other hand, Ajit Singh and Sundar Singh Gurjar clinched silver and bronze respectively in the F46 javelin throw final. Deepti Jivanji won the 400 meters T20 bronze. My colleague Rika Roy was reporting these details. We have these details thanks to her. Thank you for watching. We're slipping into a very short break. News and updates continue in a moment.
Hello.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of coal, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India, One World Hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi there, a very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Bahel. In this edition, we'll get you all the latest news and updates from across the country in the next 1 hour. Let's start with the headlines at the top. Key MCD poll amid AAP versus LG face-off in Delhi. Voting is underway after the LG had appointed presiding officers. LG office says that it had appointed officials because the mayor did not do so. Bombay High Court will hear the plea on film emergency. Zee Entertainment has moved the High Court over film certification. The plea alleges that CBFC illegally withheld the certification to the film. Union Home Ministry tells Supreme Court that West Bengal government has adopted a blatant non-cooperative approach towards CISF tasked by SC to provide security to RG Kaur Medical College and Hospital after the rape murder of a doctor on its premises. Mollywood Me Too storm continues to escalate. Now Malayalam actor Alinsir Lopez has been booked for allegedly sexually assaulting an actress in 2017 in Bengaluru. Actor Nivin Pauly has also been booked for rape. Prime Minister Modi meets Brunei Sultan as he is on a historic visit to the South Asian nation. Prime Minister Modi says the key focus will be on strategic partnership. Kerala government crackdown on child pornography searches and raids lead to 37 arrests. Operation P Hunt is underway in the state. India makes Paralympics history with 20 medals in its kitty. Indian contingent surpasses Tokyo performance. We're starting this edition with a top focus amid the tussle between the Delhi Lieutenant Governor and Mayor over zonal committee elections in Delhi. Voting is taking place today for the post of chairman, vice chairman for each of city's 12 zonal bodies at the MCD headquarters. Well, remember the MCD had witnessed high drama just a day before with Mayor Shelley Oberoi refusing to appoint the presiding officer, saying that her conscience did not allow her to stand for an undemocratic election process. Well, the voting is currently underway at this point in time. MCD Commissioner, remember, had overruled her just a few hours later, saying that the polls will happen as per schedule. And the LG later had to appoint the presiding officers. Well, there's a huge tussle that's going on between the Delhi LG and the Mayor of Delhi over this very issue. And these are well, important elections that are taking place at this point in time. My colleague Tanushka is also now joining us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Tanushka, we do believe the election is underway for a few wards and the results have also started pouring in. This, of course, is happening amid this big tussle that is taking place between the Mayor of Delhi and the LG. We've seen huge drama happening yesterday as well.
Right, exactly, Kitty. The election of the Municipal Corporation of Delhi is currently underway, and this election has come after 19 months, and there's been long-standing suspense with respect to when these elections would be, taking place. And finally, today it's being taken place. It is underway right now at the Civic Centre after the Delhi Lieutenant Governor announced late last night that the elections will happen today itself, and the election started at 10 a.m. this morning and will go on until 4 p.m. Today. These elections will be deciding and electing upon the chairman, the vice chairman, as well as 12 members of the standing committee. As of now, a few members also have stand opposed. However, the final results will only decide what is to come out or who is to go ahead with leading the Municipal Corporation of Delhi. What we know as of now is that the elections are currently ongoing, and the elections were finally announced by the Delhi Lieutenant Governor, which was in a way overriding of the Delhi Mayor. And this came about after the Delhi Mayor had not taken a decision on the elections. What we know from Raj Niwas sources is that the MCD Commissioner wrote out to the Delhi Lieutenant Governor, reaching out to him seeking directions because there were no directions from the Mayor, and what was stated is that they were waiting to hear from the Mayor upon the elections, and this is when the Lieutenant Governor decided at 9 p.m. last night that elections will be held today itself.
Okay. Right, Tanushka, what we are getting to know at this point in time is that the Aam Aadmi Party has won City SP as well as Karol Bagh zones unopposed. As I said, results have started coming in and we'll be waiting for the final results, of course. But for the benefit of our viewers, help us understand what was the opposition of the mayor regarding the elections. Why was the mayor saying that the elections that are going to take place, yesterday she said that the elections that are going to take place tomorrow, that is happening today, are undemocratic and she can't participate in this exercise? What was the problem?
Right, exactly, Kitty. This is first of all referring to your mentioning of yes, the City SP zone as well as the Karol Bagh zone has had members of the Aam Aadmi Party have been declared unopposed members as of now, and what we know is that this tussle between the Delhi Mayor as well as the Delhi Lieutenant Governor has been ongoing, and what we understand is that she was also to herself as well decide upon that the presiding officers will be the deputy commissioners. However, no clarity was given on the same, which is why the Delhi Lieutenant Governor is well exercising his constitutional as well as statutory powers that were bestowed upon him by the President Draupadi Murmu. He went ahead and decided upon that the deputy commissioners of each zone, there are 12 zones in question right now, will be handled by in these elections by these presiding and will be acting as the presiding officers in these elections.
Well, absolutely. All right. Well, that's the story that we're tracking at this point in time, and we'll be getting you more on that. Tanushka, stay on with us. We do understand President Draupadi Murmu delegated Delhi's Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena the power to form and appoint members to any authority, board, commission or statutory body under laws enacted by the Parliament for the capital as per the Ministry of Home Affairs. Now, this new presidential order has, of course, triggered a fresh showdown between the Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena and the ruling Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi, even as the elections to next year's assembly polls are to take place. Well, before that, Tanushka, as we've been talking about it, a huge tussle that's taking place in the national capital, and it was expected.
Well, this tussle for power continues between the Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena and the Delhi Mayor Shelly Oberoi, and in this case Draupadi Murmu, President, has bestowed upon these powers which were already existing provisions upon the Delhi Lieutenant Governor to take decisions and to appoint as well as form members into boards as well as these bodies of authorities, and this sets into play also the constitutional as well as the statutory powers that now the Delhi Lieutenant Governor has full-fledged, premise to access and exercise upon within the laws enacted by the Parliament in Delhi. So this notice came in by the Ministry of Home Affairs as well, and what we understand from this is that there will be more, political tensions between the ruling Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi versus the Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena.
Right, absolutely. All right. Tanushka, thank you so much for getting us all those details there. Well, we'll keep an eye on the developments taking place. That's the big story that we're tracking at this point in time. Meanwhile, we have some more news that's coming in. This is from West Bengal. In the latest flashpoint between Bengal's ruling TMC and the BJP, the centre has now approached the Supreme Court, contending that the Bengal government must provide proper facilities for the CISF personnel who've been delegated to ensure security at the hospital. Anything less, it said, would amount to contempt of court and action should be initiated. Well, in its petition filed by before the Supreme Court, I beg your pardon, the MHA said that the troops are currently staying at the city's CISF unit in the city suburbs. They have to travel for 1 hour to reach the hospital. My colleague Sunil Prabhu gets us more on that.
This is a plea that has come from the Home Ministry against, as you rightly pointed out, the West Bengal government. Call it Amit Shah versus Mamata Banerjee or whatever you may. The fact is that this is in compliance with the Supreme Court norms and the Supreme Court direction to have CISF at RG Kar. That was the direction, that was the clear thing. Whether this comes in a grey area, whether they have to provide, accommodation to the CISF staff, the security gadgets, those are certain things that we'll have to wait and watch and see whether the MHA plea is accepted by the Supreme Court. Because how does a state government, which does not have the required accommodation provided to the CISF, just because of a direction that you have to take over the security of the hospital. It can be within a distance of, a few meters. How long is this CISF deployment? Is it going to be on a continuous basis just because the Chief Justice and his bench have decided? Is it going to be for months or years? Those are certain directions have to be taken it's in that context we'll have to wait and see how things play out. It's definitely a huge contention because please remember, in the Constitution of India, law and order is number one. It's because of the Supreme Court direction that CISF has taken over the RG Kar. But does it mean that they have to also provide accommodation? Do they have to also provide the equipment and the security apparatus that the CISF requires? Who pays for that? All these issues need to be resolved, and we'll get further clarity once the Supreme Court takes up this matter.
All right, we are tracking some more news now. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju has slammed West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee over an old letter sent to her government seeking fast-track special courts for cases of rape and those registered again under the POCSO Act. In the letter dated November 11, 2018, Rijiju had sought Mamata Banerjee government's intervention in the establishment of fast-track courts for quick trial and disposal of pending rape and POCSO Act cases in West Bengal. We have more information coming in. Saurabh Gupta gets us more details.
And of course, there has been some talk and also some allegations and counter-allegations regarding these fast-track courts. Now, fast-track courts are something that have been in the pipeline for years now. While, the BJP, not just Mr. Rijiju, but others within the BJP as well. Mr. Rijiju has, of course, shared that letter that he shared when he was law minister. But apart from that, there have been others as well who also have, commented on this, including BJP MLA Ognimitra Paul, who also mentioned similar figures in the assembly during that debate on that law. And the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has also responded saying fast-track courts have been set up, though the numbers seem to be something that is a matter of debate between the BJP and the Trinamool. But yes, there has to be enough fast-track courts, and there seems to be consensus on that. How many have been set up, how many have not been set up? That's where the disagreement and the debate is. And the union, the former union law minister and of course the current union minister Kiran Rijiju flagging this issue of, that letter that he wrote earlier, and also the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee responding to that in the assembly, also sharing details of the fast-track courts that the government had set up.
Well, we'll get you more on that in just a bit. Meanwhile, some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. An FIR has been filed against actor Alansil Lopez for sexual misconduct based on the complaint made by a junior artist. The offence allegedly took place in a hotel in Bengaluru on multiple occasions between 2017 and 2018, as per information coming in. Well, the Ernakulam police had registered a case on the complaint of the young actress. The complaint says that Alansil sexually assaulted her in Bengaluru in 2017. A special investigation team is going to conduct the investigation on that. Well, more information that we have, an FIR also has been registered against Malayalam film star Nivin Pauly in Kerala's Ernakulam district based on the complaint filed by a woman. Well, the actor, however, has denied the charges and said that he will go to an extent to fight the case. Well, in the complaint, the woman has claimed that she was cheated on, promises that she would be given a chance to act in films. She has also claimed that she was sexually assaulted outside India by a group of 6 people, including Pauly in Dubai. Well, the police have registered an FIR against the actor under various sections, including section 376. As per the complaint, the incident took place in November last year in a hotel in Dubai. The complainant has alleged that actor Nivin and 5 others, including producer A.K. Sunil, sexually assaulted her on the promise of a film role. Well, that's the latest coming in at this point in time.
So Nivin Pauly is a big star, the Premam star as he's called. He had starred along with Sai Pallavi in that film, and of course several other successful films, and he has in fact alleged some kind of a conspiracy because of which he is being named in this particular case by an actress. And he in fact held a press conference yesterday and said that I want to put this out in the public domain, saying that I have no reason to believe that I have done anything wrong at all, and therefore I am going to go to the bottom of this. What he has said is that he is going to take this up legally because he believes that there is a conspiracy. In this particular case, he has been named as an accused number 6 by the police. In this case, the accused number 1 incidentally happens to be a woman called Shreya, who is supposed to have taken this victim survivor to another place where she was offered a role, and subsequently other than the producer as well in this case, who has been booked as accused number 2 in this case, and subsequently Nivin Pauly becoming accused number 6. All these are non-bailable cases, and that's the reason why many of them we are seeing, like Siddiq and Ranjit as well, have gone to the court seeking orders against their arrest on the basis of the complaints that are being made. Mr. Ranjit was in fact the first of the actors to be named in these cases. He has in fact gone to court saying that he is not just not guilty in this case, but he has also said that he has several ailments, including a liver transplant that he had undergone, and therefore he should not be arrested in this particular case. I must point out not just the Me Too allegations in the sexual harassment case in the film industry, there is some other big drive that's happening in Kerala, and that is against child pornography. An operation that is being called P, that is something that is in fact led to the arrest of as many as 37 people. Raids and searches are being carried out everywhere against people who are in fact looking at this or storing this or sharing this. As you know, child pornography is also a big area of concern, and that's a crackdown that the Kerala government is also undertaking at the same time, because attitudes that are formed about sexual perversion or about respect neither to a woman, it could be a man as well, or a child, all those cases in a sense, should I say, being looked at by the Kerala government and the authorities there.
Well, we are shifting our focus to some election news now. The Congress party will kick off its election campaign in poll-bound Jammu Kashmir today. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi will launch the party campaign in Kashmir, while Ally National Conference's Vice President Omar Abdullah will file his nomination for the polls today. Remember, Jammu Kashmir will witness polling in 3 phases, with the first phase starting on 18th of September, and elections are going to take place from 18th September to 1st October in 3 phases to elect 90 members of Jammu Kashmir Legislative Assembly. That's the latest coming in at this point in time. Rahul Gandhi will be in Kashmir, where he will launch a party campaign, and what we are also learning at the moment is that Omar Abdullah will also file his nomination for the polls today. My colleague Nazir is also now joining us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Nazir, we do understand, even as the situation is still tense on the ground, given the fact there have been a number of attacks in Jammu Kashmir in the recent days. All eyes will be on the elections next, and Rahul Gandhi is going to launch his election campaign. What more details are coming out? We do understand you're finding it a little difficult to hear there. What is happening there? There are rallies scheduled, Nazir?
Well, our first rally is at a place called Sangaldan, which is in Banihal constituency, exactly on the other side of these mountains. And other rally, second rally Rahul Gandhi is going to address is here at Doru in Anantnag district. And all these people are the Congress supporters, National Conference supporters. They are waiting for Rahul Gandhi to address them. And it is very interesting day for the Rahul Gandhi, because when there would be completely different mood at two different rallies. For example, in this rally, which will be the second rally of Rahul Gandhi, it is the joint candidate of NC and Congress, Ghulam Ahmad Mir, who is the General Secretary in charge of the Congress in West Bengal and Jharkhand. He is contesting from here. So he is a joint candidate, alliance candidate. But in Banihal, where Congress's Waqar Rasool is fighting and Rahul Gandhi is coming to campaign for him, he is actually pitted against alliance partner, actually National Conference candidate, because there is a friendly contest. So Rahul Gandhi has to strike a very fine balance between the two places, because no leader from the National Conference is joining that rally. And here we see the posters of Farooq Abdullah and Umar Abdullah as well here at this rally. So it is a joint rally, but other rally. So without naming his opponent in Banihal, Rahul Gandhi has to oppose the National Conference and seek vote for his.
All right, Nazir, I'll come back to you. Well, we have some breaking news now coming in. We'll go back to Nazir in just a bit. What we are learning at this point in time is that top wrestlers, including Bajrang Punia and Vinesh Phogat, have met Congress MP Rahul Gandhi. This comes ahead of Haryana Assembly polls. There are speculations that Vinesh Phogat and even Bajrang Punia could be given tickets by the Congress party, but whether that happens or not, that of course remains to be seen. At this point in time, what we are learning is that Vinesh Phogat and Bajrang Punia have met Congress MP Rahul Gandhi. That's the photograph on your TV screens there. That has come in at this point in time. However, the information that's been coming so far is that Congress party has maintained that there has been no discussion on Vinesh Phogat or Bajrang Punia as to be given tickets from the Congress party. That was the reaction that came in from the Congress party just yesterday. And today you have the two wrestlers meeting Rahul Gandhi here. And this big development, of course, comes just days before Haryana polls are to take place. Whether the two wrestlers will be fielded by the Congress party in the Haryana polls or not, that remains to be seen. Well, these are two big faces, of course, and we do understand they have just met Rahul Gandhi, and after that meeting, this photograph has been released. All right, my colleague Gurpreet Chinna is now joining us on the broadcast here, getting us more on that. Well, Gurpreet, we had this photograph that has come out with Rahul Gandhi, the two wrestlers here, Vinesh Phogat and Bajrang Punia, meeting Congress MP Rahul Gandhi. And there are speculations, of course, as we've been discussing about it earlier also, that the two wrestlers might be joining the Congress party. What more details do we have?
Well, of course, we have seen so many times, Vinesh Phogat, she has spotted with the Dipinder Hooda also, and a grand welcome by the Congress had been given at the airport. So what we can understand and what we have learned, a lot of time these questions have been posed to the former Chief Minister of Haryana, Bhupinder Singh Hooda, saying that whether these wrestlers are going to join the party or not. They say it's up to them. So somewhere down the lane, we have seen the speculation which has already been in the public domain. It might be possible these will be a part of Congress party, and specifically in Haryana state we have seen a lot of calculations are being made by a lot lot of political parties to understand undercurrent of Haryana politics. So let's see, till the time officially there is no declaration, it's difficult to say on this thing. But yes, of course, speculation are already in public domain, and so many times we have seen even the Congress Neta, they have also spoken on this issue. Back to studio.
But how significant would it be if a decision is taken? We do understand yesterday only the AICC in charge of Haryana, Deepak Babaria, had said that discussions had taken place on 32 of the 41 seats that were finalized as well. However, there were no specific discussion that took place as to whether the two wrestlers would be fielded from the Congress party or not. But how significant or how important would it be for the Congress party and beneficial for the Congress party if the two wrestlers join the party and are fielded from Haryana?
Well, as of now, we have seen the BJP has a big challenge to combat with anti-incumbency in Haryana. And that is one of the core reasons why the candidate list is not being released, because they are doing the multiple survey. But if we can talk about the Congress, and specifically if the wrestlers are going to join, we have seen the farmers, they are already supporting other political parties beyond the BJP. And the same thing they are also expecting, because we have seen a lot of protests have been taken by the sports person also. Somewhere down the line, it seems a lot of calculations have been made by the political experts and political pundits in the state of Haryana, and that could be possible reasons why they have already decided to go and extend their support to the wrestlers, so that they will join the party and party will get a benefit not only in Haryana, other places also when elections will be coming.
But this is very important, Gurpreet, as we see just right before, we do understand that the Congress party, of course, is also expected to announce the name of its candidates. And before that, the two wrestlers meeting the Congress MP here gives out a big hint here.
Well, yes, we can talk about this thing, and we can also speculate this political observations which are being seen from the pictures also. What I have learned from some of the Congress netas also, they are totally in touch with the Congress. Now the question is, after joining the party, whether they are going to become a candidate from the Congress side or not. That type of speculation is already going on in the Haryana politics. And even what we have learned, all the parties, they are waiting for each other candidate so that they will be able to formulate such type of political strategy in this Haryana polls and will be able to get the power through this elections. So let's see that what type of officially announcement by the Congress, whether the Congress is going to declare officially they are going to be a part of the Congress at a big way in Haryana state politics or not. That is yet to be seen when the Congress is officially making announcement on this issue.
All right. Thank you so much, Gurpreet, for getting us all those details there. Well, amid speculations over the top two wrestlers joining the Congress party, this is the picture now that has been released with the two wrestlers meeting Rahul Gandhi here, and of course there are murmurs that the two wrestlers might be joining the Congress party and even would be fielded in the upcoming assembly elections. Whether that happens or not, that remains to be seen. Of course, the Congress party would be releasing its list of candidates very soon. We'll be getting you more on that. Well, shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking. This is coming in from Maharashtra. After marathon meetings, the Mahayuti is likely to finalize seats in the next 2 weeks. Out of the total 288 constituencies in the state, the BJP is likely to contest around 160 seats, and Shinde Sena could get about 70 seats, and Ajit Pawar's NCP could get 50 seats. Ajit Pawar has, however, sought 60 seats under pressure from his party leaders. That's the latest coming in at this point in time.
That's right. As far as ruling Mahayuti, which is the NDA coalition, is concerned in Maharashtra, they've been having marathon meetings over the last several weeks, be it with the CEC or with the central leadership. There had been multiple gatherings of all the top leaders within BJP, Sena and NCP. Looks like the final seat sharing will be out in a couple of weeks. Now, what we are hearing is that of the 288 strength assembly, 160 seats may go to BJP. So, BJP could take the largest chunk as far as the assembly elections in Maharashtra are concerned in the Mahayuti equation. and Shiv Sena may take about 70 to 80 is what we are hearing. As far as Ajit Pawar NCP, which is not looking good at the negotiation table is concerned, may have about 50 seats, although it wants to contest at least about 60 seats in the assembly elections. Now, we know for a fact that Shiv Sena had a better strike rate when it came to Lok Sabha elections. It performed better than both the BJP as well as NCP in the Mahayuti equation, yet it may not get the largest chunk. BJP continues to be the big brother. NCP did not have the best strike rate. Still, it wants more seats as it is under pressure from several of the party workers as well as party cadres. There are going to be churns within NCP. We did see how many of the NCP workers and leaders did shift sides to Sharad Pawar camp, and that could continue to happen in the days to come. At this point, of course, the Mahayuti is trying to reduce disputes and bickering as far as seats are concerned, because it did cost them dear during Lok Sabha. There was a lot of bickering which led to delay in the announcement of seats as well as candidates. That really cost them a victory in Lok Sabha elections, which they don't want to repeat at this time, which is why early meetings happening. There could be announcements also happening very soon. Winnability is a factor that is considered, but there are internal disputes certainly. But at this point, of course, Mahayuti trying to reduce these disputes as much as possible so that the Lok Sabha results don't get repeated in assembly elections.
Well, that is what the NDA alliance in Maharashtra, of course, is hoping for and is making all efforts to do that. Well, we'll be getting you more on that. Meanwhile, some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. Last night, a 27-year-old woman died after being hit by a speeding car in Malad area of Mumbai. Well, after the accident took place, an angry mob also thrashed the driver of the Ford car. That's the latest coming in. Those visuals also coming in, have come in after the accident had taken place. This young woman was killed after she was hit by a speeding car in the Malad area. Well, we do understand a lot of commotion was also witnessed after the mob had thrashed the driver of the car. Some more news now that we're tracking. This is coming in from Madhya Pradesh. After his complaints against corruption allegedly ignored for years, a man from Madhya Pradesh assembled a garland out of the documents and made an entrance into a district collector's office that left everybody stunned. Crawling on the road and then rolling on it, the man dragged several other documents containing what he claimed was evidence behind him, finally getting the attention that he was so desperately seeking. Well, like every Tuesday, a public hearing was being conducted in the office of the Neemuch district collector to address people's grievances when Mukesh Prajapati was spotted crawling on his elbows, a garland of documents around him, and several others sewn together on a rope trailing him. As he switched to rolling on the road and made his way to the entrance, it emerged that Prajapati had been complaining against the alleged corruption carried out by the Sarpanch of his village and claimed that he had not been heard for over 6 years. We'll keep an eye on the updates on that. Meanwhile, some more news now. The entertainment enterprises and co-makers of the film Emergency have moved the Bombay High Court seeking a direction to the CBFC to issue certificate for the film. Well, Zee has petitioned the Bombay High Court seeking an official copy of the film's certification from the CBFC. Zee claimed that despite being informed of the film's certification on August 29, CBFC is yet to provide a formal copy of the certification. Well, the plea alleges that CBFC has illegally withheld the certification. Zee is seeking an urgent relief from the court, and well, the court has agreed to hear the plea today. Well, my colleague Radhika is getting us more on that. Radhika, we do believe the hearing is going to take place today, and the plea that has been filed contends that the CBFC has illegally withheld the certification to the film. When is the plea expected to be heard, and what all arguments are expected to be made from the maker's side?
That's right. Bombay High Court has in fact just started hearing the plea by Zee Studios, who are the co-makers of Emergency. In fact, Zee Studios seeking release of censor certificate from the CBFC. The Bombay High Court's division bench has just started hearing the matter. In fact, we are given to understand that the bench of Justices Kolabawala and Justice Firdos Puniwala are hearing the case. And advocate for CBSE has in fact now submitted that the response that the petitioner has claimed there was a response from CBSE saying that certification has been given was only an automatic response. The Madhya Pradesh High Court has directed them to consider the representation of the makers. So this is what the CBSE's advocate has told the Bombay High Court at this point. Also, senior advocate for Z is also seeking an amendment for certain prayers in that particular plea. Remember, the makers, Z Studios in this case, have sought a certification, release of certificate from the CBSE side. This is what the plea is about. Now, of course, the hearing has begun. We know for a fact that before the Madhya Pradesh High Court, there was a petition by certain Sikh groups which had objected to certain representations in the film, after which certain directions were given by the Madhya Pradesh High Court. Now, remains to be seen if Bombay High Court orders for the release of the certificate, because here the makers are telling the court that the certificate has already been given, or rather announced to them, but it has not been given to them. It has been withdrawn deliberately to the makers of the film, which is illegal and arbitrary.
Right. Okay, all right. Well, the hearing is underway at the moment. We do understand there has been a huge controversy surrounding the film, but the plea was filed in the Bombay High Court and that alleged that CBSE had illegally withheld the certification. We'll wait for the court order to come out. Meanwhile, thank you so much, Radhika, for getting us all those details there. With that, it's time for a short break here. More news and updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live.
Welcome back after the break. Torrential rains in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh led to the death of 35 people, damaging roads, submerging rail tracks and flooding crops across thousands of acres. Residents have said that they're struggling to meet their daily needs as rescue and rehabilitation efforts continue. Well, the IMD has also issued a yellow alert for 4 districts in Telangana and has warned of heavy rains today itself. Andhra Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu has said that it's the biggest disaster he's seen in the recent years. Well, that's the latest coming in at this point in time.
Naidu, in fact, went for about 3 to 4 hours on a JCB covering about 25 kilometers. He's trying to reach out to the last of the people, he says, to find out whether flood relief material in the form of water or food is reaching those areas. And that's the reason why, without any escort vehicles, in fact, he's going to those areas that are not reachable with any other form of vehicle. And, of course, wading through the waters as well, third time running. And I must say, for a 74-year-old, very senior leader, this is something that the people of the area will perhaps remember. A few points that the Chief Minister has made. One, he has said that the dangers in terms of the flooding may, for the time being at least, have receded because the waters in the Krishna River at Prakasham have receded to about 5 to 6 lakh cusecs as against more than 11.45 lakh cusecs that he had spoken about just 24 hours earlier, which means the water release that happened from the Prakasham barrage gates has helped, and therefore water should start receding from those areas. The second part is that drones have been used very, very extensively. Yesterday, if about 27 drones were used to reach water and food and other essential things like medicines to people. Today 30 more drones are going to be used, so almost 60 drones will be put to use in order to reach the relief material to the people. And the Chief Minister in fact saying those drones will be also used to see which are the areas which are badly cut off and where the rescue operations still may need to be carried out. 2 choppers still are around to be able to do that kind of an activity. And he has also said that because there is vast tracts of agricultural land where the crop has been lost, the drones may be used to capture those visuals also to find out the extent of the loss. The third part is about the cleanup operation itself, because thousands of homes and thousands of vehicles as well, two-wheelers, four-wheelers, all of them stuck in the mud, huge amount of slush that is there inside homes and inside the vehicles as well, and some of them in fact buried literally in the sand. That will become very, very difficult to retrieve, and the Chief Minister has now said that the fire department will in fact go and try to help in the cleanup operation inside homes as well, because people, once the water recedes as well, for them to go back to their homes is becoming very, very difficult, and the fire department will help in those operations.
All right, situation continues to be tense on the ground there. We'll get you more on that. Meanwhile, that's the latest update coming in. Now to Nagaland, where at least 3 people have died while several others were injured and a few are still missing after heavy rainfall led to landslides that took place late Tuesday night in Nagaland's Harana along National Highway 29 between state capital Kohima and Dimapur. Well, the restoration works are still underway, but the national highway is completely cut off for the movement of vehicles. Well, what we are also learning at this point in time is that a portion of the same highway was also washed off in New Chumuke Dima on Tuesday evening. Hundreds of vehicles are reported to be stranded on these routes. We'll be getting more on that in just a bit, but that's the latest development that we are learning of. 3 people have died, and there are still many who are missing after this landslide took place late last night in Nagaland's Harana area. Well, we are shifting our focus now to some more news that we are tracking at this point in time. In connection with the Bengaluru cafe blast, we are learning Union Minister Shobha Karandlaje has now apologized over her controversial remarks. Shobha Karandlaje had made certain controversial remarks after the blast took place in Bengaluru, and the remarks pertain to the people of Tamil Nadu, linking them to the blast. Now, Union Minister Shobha Karandlaje has apologized over her remarks. Well, my colleague Sam will be joining us in just a bit. Meanwhile, that's the latest coming in at this point in time. Shobha Karandlaje also has sought quashing of FIR that has been filed against her. In her apology, she said that there was no intention to hurt the sentiments of anybody. She has apologized to the people of Tamil Nadu after she had linked the people of Tamil Nadu to the blast. But now she has filed an affidavit and has tendered her apology over the same. Well, what we are also learning at the moment is that she said that I had the highest respect and regard to the history and culture of Tamil Nadu, and I have no intention to hurt the sentiments of people of Tamil Nadu. My colleague Sam is now joining us on the broadcast here. Sam, this is big. We are learning now Shobha Karandlaje has filed an affidavit and has tendered an unconditional apology.
That's right, Kitty. She had filed this apology in the form of an affidavit to the Madras High Court, where she had earlier moved a petition seeking quashing of an FIR filed against her in the context of the comments, what many call a state speech comment made by her in Bengaluru earlier in March. This was soon after the Rameshwaram cafe blast in Bengaluru. Even as the NIA probe was on, she had made a comment at a press conference saying that many Tamils learned to make bombs in Tamil Nadu and they plant bombs in Bengaluru. And a private complaint by an individual was filed saying that this triggers panic and projects every Tamil as somebody who gets trained in bomb making and planting bombs. And the Tamil Nadu government in the court has said they are fine if she would tender an apology at a similar press conference. But now she has filed an affidavit apologizing, saying she had no intention to affect the feelings and sentiments of Tamil people, and that she respects everyone. Now the Tamil Nadu government would respond. The case has been adjourned, whether they would be fine with this or would they really seek her tendering apology in the form of a press release. And politically, these comments were made in the run-up to the Lok Sabha elections in March. And that time it was seen as an attempt to help the BJP in Tamil Nadu in an attempt to project as if the state is heading towards a kind of encouraging this kind of groups in a bid to help the BJP expand their footprint in a state where they have very little presence. And now this has come up a huge embarrassment for the BJP. Still, the case has been adjourned. Now we'll have to see how the court would, what the Tamil Nadu government would say now.
Okay. So all eyes will be on the response of the Tamil Nadu government and we'll be getting more on that. Meanwhile, thank you so much, Sam, for getting us all those details there. Please keep an eye on the developments there. All right, shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking. Prime Minister Modi is on a historic state visit to Brunei. PM Modi held bilateral talks with Sultan of Brunei today, and the Prime Minister has said that the talks were wide-ranging and included ways to further cement bilateral ties between our nations. Well, bilateral talks were held to further expand trade ties, commercial linkages and people-to-people exchanges. Marking the first ever bilateral trip by an Indian Prime Minister to Southeast Asian nation on day 2 of the tour, Prime Minister Modi met the Sultan of Brunei. Well, the Sultan is the second longest reigning monarch in the world after the late Queen Elizabeth II. Prime Minister Modi will also be visiting Singapore as part of a 2-nation tour.
हमारे सदियों पुराने सांस्कृतिक संबंध है, हमारी मित्रता का आधार हमारी यह महान सांस्कृतिक परंपरा है। यह भी सुखद संयोग है कि इस वर्ष हम द्विपक्षीय साझेदारी की 40वीं वर्षगांठ मना रहे हैं। भारत की एक्ट ईस्ट पॉलिसी और इंडो पैसिफिक विजन में ब्रुनेई का महत्वपूर्ण साझेदार होना ये हमारे लिए उज्जवल भविष्य की गारंटी है।
Well, my colleague Ghazali is now joining us on the broadcast, getting us more on this very historic visit of Prime Minister Modi to Brunei. We do understand it's second day of the tour, and Prime Minister Modi has met the Sultan of Brunei, Ghazali, and the Prime Minister also has said that the focus is going to be on expanding trade ties with the country. All right, I'm being told that Ghazali will be joining us in just a bit. Meanwhile, that's the latest coming in at this point in time. Prime Minister Modi has met the Sultan of Brunei, and we do understand he's also said after meeting him that the talks with the Sultan of Brunei have been wide-ranging and included ways to further cement the bilateral ties between the two nations. Well, talks were held between the two leaders to further expand trade ties, commercial linkages and people-to-people exchanges. All right, my colleague Ghazali joins us back on the broadcast here. Well, Ghazali, it's day 2 of the tour, and Prime Minister Modi has today met the Sultan of Brunei and also said that the focus is going to be expanding people-to-people exchanges as well as trade ties. What are we expecting here?
So both the leaders reaffirmed their steadfast commitment to maintaining the peace, stability, security, prosperity and resilience of the region, and underscored the importance of adhering to the principles outlined in the United Nations Charter International Law. So that is related to the cooperation when it comes to the Indo-Pacific region. A very key part of this meeting, because India wants to ensure that when it comes to Chinese influence in the Indo-Pacific region, or to say in the larger context of the Asian continent region, India wants most of the countries on its side, and that is why this visit and this meeting was important. Now, coming to the country to country or the bilateral sides of concern, both the leaders recognize the important role of youth towards national development and agreed to promote greater youth exchanges between the two countries. Also, when it comes to some development between the two countries, both the leaders welcome the planned direct flight connectivity between Chennai and Bandar Seri Begawan, the capital of Brunei, which will foster stronger people-to-people linkages and facilitate increased trade and tourism activities between the two countries. And we should know that there are Tamilians who are staying in as part of the 14,000 Indian diaspora.
Okay, all right. Several MOUs are expected to be signed between the two nations, and after that we are learning after lunch, Prime Minister Modi will depart for Singapore, and there Prime Minister Modi is expected to meet the members of the Indian community as well before being hosted for dinner by his counterpart, Prime Minister Lawrence Wong. All right, some more news now that we're tracking at this point in time. We're shifting our focus to Nagaland, where at least 3 people have died. Several others were injured and a few are still missing after heavy rainfall led to landslides late night on Tuesday in Nagaland's Ferima along National Highway 29 between state capital Kohima and Dimapur. Well, restoration works are underway, but we are given to understand that the national highway is completely cut off for the movement of vehicles in the area. Ratnadeep, my colleague, is now joining us on the broadcast here. He's on the ground getting us more details about the situation there. Ratnadeep, what more can you tell us? We do understand the latest information that we had is that there were people who were still missing. Any information that's coming out about them?
That's right. A massive search and rescue operation is underway at Ferima, where the incident has taken place last night. This is on the National Highway 29, which had actually in past couple of days suffered severe landslides. There have been very massive rainfall in Nagaland. In fact, the place where this landslide had taken place, on both sides of the National Highway now, there are long queues of vehicles. The state capital Kohima is now cut off from the commercial capital of the state, Dimapur, and in fact the Chief Minister had posted on X saying that operations are underway, and he has informed about the incident. Now what we are learning from authorities is that at least 3 people have been killed. There are few people who have sustained injuries. There are few others who are missing, so therefore search and rescue operation continues there. This is a key link as far as Nagaland is concerned in terms of reaching state capital Kohima and through the commercial capital Itanagar. So therefore this national highway also goes further and links Nagaland to Manipur as well, and therefore a key link now is disrupted with this massive landslide which has taken place only few days back. One portion of this national highway had given in due to massive rainfall, and restoration work was taking place. What authorities are telling us, there are 2 operations taking place. One is the search and rescue operation for the people who are said to be missing, and the other is to restore the national highway, because you have long queues of vehicles waiting for hours since last night because of this landslide which has completely disrupted traffic and blocked the national highway.
Absolutely. People are having to face a difficult time here. 3 people have died so far, that is what we can confirm, and there are some people who are still missing. My colleague Ratnadeep gets us the latest from the ground. Meanwhile, I will go to him in just a bit for more. That's the latest coming in. It's time for a short break here. We'll be right back.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of coal, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vada. We have a whole lot lined up for you over the next 1 hour, including the film Emergency of Kangana Ranaut has not got the certification yet. Well, that case had come up in the High Court today, and the court has withheld the certification of the film. We'll get you all the details. First, the headlines. Well, it is Zee Entertainment Enterprise, the co-producer of the film Emergency of Kangana Ranaut, that had sought the direction as far as the Central Board of Film Certification in order to issue the certificate for the film held by the actor. The Bombay High Court today has withheld the certification of the movie Emergency. In the Haryana polls, top wrestlers meet with Rahul Gandhi. Bajrang Punia and Vinesh Phogat met Rahul Gandhi before he left for Jammu and Kashmir. This meeting amid speculations about the wrestlers joining the Congress party just ahead of the polls in Haryana. It's Mamata Banerjee's government versus the centre over the Kolkata horror. It is Union Minister Kiran Rijiju who has written to the Chief Minister of Bengal saying that no consent by the Bengal government for POXO courts, and it is Mamata Banerjee who defended herself, saying that those fast-track courts were funded by the centre and that funding stopped back in 2013. Key MCD poll amid this is the Aam Aadmi Party versus the LG, and that face-off, the voting is underway after the LG appointed presiding officers, and the LG officers got on to say that they went ahead and appointed those officials because the mayor did not do so. Prime Minister Modi met with Brunei's the Sultan of Brunei. The Prime Minister said that the key focus was on strengthening and cementing that strategic partnership. They also held bilateral talks. This was the Prime Minister
They're saying that in order to further and expand the trade ties, the commercial linkages and people-to-people exchanges, those were the things that were discussed during that meeting, and the Prime Minister has now taken off for Singapore. And India makes Paralympics history with 20 medals, the highest tally ever. India's contingent surpasses the performance at the Tokyo Paralympics. Let's get you our top story, and that's the certification of the film Emergency has been put on hold by the Bombay High Court as the co-producer of the film Zee Entertainment Enterprises moved the Bombay High Court seeking a physical copy of the censor certification from the Central Board of Film Certification so that the movie could be released on its due date of the 6th of September. Zee Entertainment Enterprises had moved the Bombay High Court seeking that official copy. Zee had gone on to claim that despite being informed of the film certification on the 29th of August, CDFC had yet to provide that formal copy of a certification. So that is why the co-producer of the film moved the court in Mumbai. So the Bombay High Court today has in fact put a hold on the certification of the film that stars Kangana Ranaut. Do remember that she is also stepping into the shoes of directing the film. But the co-producer of the film has, had taken up that matter in court today, and the Bombay High Court, while listening to that plea by Zee Entertainment Enterprises, has put a hold on the certification of the film that was to be released on the 6th of September. Interestingly, at the same time, the CBFC had informed the Madhya Pradesh High Court that it is yet to grant censor certificate to the movie. The CBFC told the Madhya Pradesh court that the movie is still under consideration and it will not be released on the 6th of September. Now, Zee had argued that without the certification, they'll be unable to screen the film, and this would cause irreparable damage and harm and violate their fundamental rights when it comes to freedom of speech and right to carry on profession under various articles. Emergency, do remember, is a biologically political drama that explores a significant historical period of the national emergency that erupted in India in 1975. And we have my colleague Radhika joining us. Radhika, a hold has been put on the certification as far as Bombay High Court is concerned. The co-producer had moved the court in order to receive that certification, saying that, this would harm, financially be very harmful to the makers.
That's right. That is the contention that has been expressed by the makers of the film Zee. In fact, Zee had petitioned before the Bombay High Court yesterday, saying that they would like the court to direct the CBFC to release the certification. In fact, they had contended in that petition that they were informed via email that the film has been certified, but they're yet to get the physical copy. So the argument is happening on that particular email, whereby the CBFC in fact states before the court that it was just a system generated email and it was not an officer who had sent the email. So therefore, in a sense, saying that this is not an official certification as such. The court did not take to it well. Of course, the court pulling up the CBFC over it, saying that, this is carelessness on the part of the CBFC in that case. Officers should be pulled up. How can this auto-generated email not be considered as an official email? This is something, of course, that has been said by Zee as well. In fact, Zee also making some very important points, saying that the board should have said that I have issued the certificate, collect it. If anything else happens, then we will, then it is the responsibility of the law and order to take care of it. So Zee there, in fact, arguing why is a certification body concerned about the law and order or, perceived threats as far as this film is concerned. It is for the state to take care of it. Also, Zee pointing at how, it is the film of a sitting MP. So therefore, the state will take care of the law and order situation. If at all it arises, the duty of the CBFC is to watch the film and give the certification, which in fact it had given via that email. However, there is a back and forth post that due to the perceived threats here, of course, Zee also saying that they gave her a censor certificate and could have simply said, look, we have given the censor certificate. If there is unrest, the state can take care of it. Now, bench there also
asking why did you inform the Madhya Pradesh High Court about the pending proceedings. The MP High Court had accepted the statement made by the CBFC that it has not given any certificate to the film and has said the censor board will have to consider the representation. Now, when the Z said that it is a system-driven email, which means that everything is done and a formal certificate needs to be issued, the bench did agree to that, saying that we are with you on this. On the email is written merely because the chairperson has signed, it doesn't mean the film hasn't signed, it doesn't mean this film is not certified. They cannot say we watched the film, we sealed the film, but we don't like your face, so we won't certify the film. So, of course, going by the proceedings, or rather the procedures adopted by the CBFC, whereby it had sent that email in which it had very clearly said that the film has been certified, and now with the flip-flop being shown by the CBFC, the Bombay High Court, they're coming hard on CBFC, saying that you cannot, withdraw the certification once you've already certified the film, citing law and order situation, which is what the Z also in its arguments putting forth before the Bombay High Court.
Right, so a lot of concerns there, that have been raised regarding the portrayal, especially of the Sikh community in the film, of course. So Radhika, the co-producer of the film has gone on to say that this would in fact really be harmful for the movie, and which is why, talking about how they need this certification. However, Kangana Ranaut has gone on to say that she is very hopeful to get that certification very soon. Thank you so much, Radhika, for joining us. And let's just also switch tracks now, and this is in regard to the upcoming elections in Haryana. And just ahead of those elections that are coming up, it is Rahul Gandhi, the member of opposition, who has met with Vinesh Phogat as well as Bajrang Punia before heading to Kashmir this morning, fueling speculation about the possible entry of the two wrestlers into the fold of the Congress. The meeting comes as the Congress's Central Election Committee convened a meeting to finalize its list of candidates, and that meeting that took place on Monday. Now, do remember that, it was, the elections in Haryana that are scheduled to take place in a single phase on the 5th of October, and the counting of the votes is set for the 8th. But it was the All India Congress Committee in charge of Haryana who on Tuesday had gone on to talk about, there were speculations that are rife that Vinesh Phogat could be in fact making it to that list of the Congress party, and that is when he reacted by saying that Vinesh Phogat or Bajrang Punia's names have not cropped up yet, and that there will be more clarity in, say, a day or two. So we have Gurpreet joining us. Gurpreet, so of course this is fueling those rumours that have been doing the rounds when it comes to Vinesh Phogat and Bajrang Punia joining the Congress party.
Well, this is not the first time such a rumor in the public domain. We have seen when she was spotted with some of the state leadership here in Haryana. At that time, they were also expecting that they can join the party, Congress party, anytime. But what we have learned, we have talked to the former Chief Minister of Haryana, Bhupinder Singh Hooda, multiple times, and every time he has given us same set of answers, saying it's their will whether they want to join the party, they are going to take an active part or not. We cannot force anyone. But somewhere down the lane, it seems that political calculations are being made by the Congress, and we have seen not only the Congress, the BJP, INLD, JJP, and all the other parties, they are also trying to make a political equation. Now this picture which has been spotted, it gives a lot of messages. Now it is yet to be seen whether these people are going to be part of active politics or not, whether they are going to be getting the seats as a candidate from the Congress party or not. That is yet to be seen. But yes, of course, a lot of speculation are already in public domain for these people. They are going to become the part of Congress party. So even the Congress leader, they did not deny any time, but they are giving the same set of answer by saying it's their wish, it's their will, whether they want to become a part of party, ruling party, and so many times they are saying the sports person are for the country, not for a specific party. So let's see, because earlier we have seen even the Rajya Sabha issue was raised by the former Chief Minister of Haryana, Bhupinder Singh Hooda, saying the sports person should be recognized in the upper house of this parliament. So let's see that what will be the calculation and how they are going to come, and whether they are going to become active participants in this Haryana polls or not. That is yet to be seen. Back to studio.
Right, thank you so much, Gurpreet. Just stay with us for our next story as well, and that story is coming out of Himachal Pradesh, and this is in regard to shocking remarks that have been made by Himachal Pradesh's minister regarding Kangana Ranaut. They are sexist remarks which have been made against her. The minister has gone on to claim that Kangana Ranaut was missing from the flood relief situation, and that is that she wasn't there because that would have ruined her makeup. So those are the comments that have been made, and we have Gurpreet with us to get us more on this. Gurpreet, what exactly was said by the minister?
Well, we have seen earlier also when in the flood hit areas, the newly elected member parliament Kangana Ranaut, she did not visit those areas. Then there were a lot of a political war which has been initiated against her. They are saying she should have come and she should have met the people of Himachal Pradesh, because the family have been suffering. Same thing has been repeated again, and giving such type of a comment, because somewhere down the lane we have seen the politics has started to give an accountability of a member parliament, and they have put a question mark over the accountability, saying that at this point of time the public representative, they are supposed to be there and help the people. So let's see this whatever this war of words or whatever attack which is going on between the various politicians, how it is going to be unfolded. Back to studio.
Right, Gurpreet, so sexist remarks that have been made in regard to her makeup. We have seen her, do films without makeup, and, making comments regarding that she hasn't visited those areas that have been affected by flood because it would have perhaps ruined her makeup. Are comments that are being made. Get us more details as to the reactions that are coming in.
Well, we have seen these comments which has been made. It has a lot of political repercussions in the state of Himachal Pradesh. We have seen the war of words has already been initiated in Haryana politics, and specifically because, as I already told you, when she was not able to come to flooded areas, a lot of questions were
breaking
being
news coming in at the moment. Let's just get you breaking news coming in, and this is in regard to Vinesh Fogart and Bajrang Punia, who will be contesting the elections in Haryana. This is after Rahul Gandhi met with the wrestlers this morning before he flew off to JNK, and we have Gurpreet with us. Gurpreet, breaking news coming in of the top wrestlers Bajrang Punia and Vinesh Fogart joining the Congress party.
Well, this is the debate which we are already discussing. They have been spotted with the state leadership, and specifically with the Bhupinder Hooda, who is the son of our former Chief Minister of Haryana, Bhupinder Singh Hooda. And multiple times these questions were being posed to the former Chief Minister of Haryana, Bhupinder Singh Hooda. So, as I already told you, and we have already discussed at length, these political equations are being made. And somewhere down the lane, we have seen the farmers' protest, the Congress party is trying to gain the political mileage from that protest. And specifically these wrestlers who were part of the protest also, and they are also trying to encash the anti-incumbency against the BJP. So that is the political calculation which has been moved, which has been trying to make by all the political party to encash everything. So these wrestlers are part of the Congress, and as we have already discussed, whether they are going to be active part of these polls or not, now things are very clear, because they spotted with Rahul Gandhi. That means they are going to make a very active role in the state politics. So let's see whether from where they are going to get the tickets, and what type of a role they are getting within the Congress party, and what type of calculation have been made by the Congress party to rule in the state or to get maximum votes in this Haryana polls. That is yet to be seen. Back to studio.
Right, of course, this comes on the heels of that meeting with Rahul Gandhi early this morning that Vinesh Phogat and Bajrang Punia will be joining the Congress party in the upcoming elections in the state of Haryana. Take us through the popularity of the two wrestlers.
Well, if we can talk about the popularity, we have seen in Haryana, lot of youth, they are inspired from the sports person, whether it's a boxer or in other games, a wrestler, they are having a lot of following, and specifically in area of Rohtak and these ballots, in these belts, they have a strong following. So somewhere down the lane, it seems these political parties, they are trying to encash the vote bank and followers of these specifically sports person who have performed very well. They have a very strong history in the sports and in specifically in Haryana also they are trying to encash. So that is one of the main reasons why these type of leaders and these type of politicians, they are trying to pick such type of person from that area. They will be able to encash not only the follower, they will be able to encash the local level people also, and they have a strong base in their own areas. So that is the simple cause of giving such opportunity to these wrestler or sports person, and they are trying to, these political parties, they are trying to encash such type of a vote bank from their specific area so that they will be able to pave a way in the state politics. Back to studio.
Right, of course, rumors have been doing the rounds. This was also after Vinesh Phogat had met with former Chief Minister Bhupinder Singh Hooda, who had said that the Congress party is welcoming anyone who wants to join the party.
Well, of course, as I already told you multiple times, this is the same question which has been posed to the former Chief Minister of Haryana, Bhupinder Singh Hooda, and he was not openly denying, but he was repeatedly saying it's the will and wish of the sports person whether they want to get any active part of our Congress politics or not, and whether they are going to join actively politics or not in the Congress party, that is up to them. But today, the air has already been cleared. When we have seen the picture with Rahul Gandhi, that means every calculation, everything has been already been done, and the whole homework had been done at the back. And finally, that is one of the reasons why this type of picture has been released in the public domain, so that the people of Haryana, they will be able to get idea, and a lot of followers, they will also start following the Congress strategy, and Congress will be able to pave its way in Haryana politics, and they will be getting the stronger base through these celebrities or the person who have a mass following in their specific area, and they will be able to use for the star campaigner in all over Haryana. Back to
Star
studio.
campaigners and very strong voices there, Gurpreet, when we talk about Vinesh Phogat and Bajrang Punia, both of them raising their voices against Brij Bhushan Singh, and so they are very strong voices there and a strong presence when it comes to the state of Haryana. This is going to be a very big boost when it comes to the Congress party.
Well, if we can see this political strategy of the Congress, as I already discussed and we have already discussed in detail, they are trying to encash anti-incumbency against the government, and specifically those who were very active when the BJP was ruling in the state. And we have seen these two people had contributed a lot for the protest also. They have raised a flag against the ruling BJP government, and now the Congress is trying to encash them, and that is also one of the major political issue at this point of time, why they are trying to give them a chance so that they will become a star campaigner for the Congress party and make a mass movement all over the state. The same thing we have seen so many times. The Congress party has been giving multiple statements in the favor of the farmers, and now they are also expecting from the farmer will be supporting the Congress. So if we can talk about the overall Haryana politics, we can easily understand anti-incumbency, which is against the government, they are trying to encash, and that is also challenge for the BJP to combat with anti-incumbency so that they will be able to retain power once again in Haryana, and specifically during the polls they will be able to make such type of calculation where they can curb this anti-incumbency against the government. So as of now, what we can understand, and the political pundit, they feel these are the faces which which can harm the BJP, which can damage the BJP, and we should give them political space in the political party. And Congress was the first one who had decided to give that political space to these people so that they will be able to encash a lot of vote bank, a lot of followers, and they will be work for the Congress as a star campaigner, and they will be able to help the party to make a mass movement all over Haryana and during these Haryana polls. Back to studio.
Right, Gurpreet, of course, this comes at a time when Vinesh Phogat has won hearts across the world with that heartbreak that took place as far as the Olympics in Paris have gone. And of course, you know, with Vinesh Phogat there, you know, announcing her retirement and then now that she's come back to that hero's welcome, and after having met with leaders of the Congress party, including KC Venugopal and Rahul Gandhi early this morning, this announcement is coming about of how Vinesh Phogat along with Bajrang Punia, both the wrestlers, are now set to join the Congress party ahead of the polls coming up in Haryana. Gurpreet, take us through when we talk about, you know, the role that is played by women leaders, especially in the state of Haryana. You know, before I come to you, let's just go to Dr. Pooja Tripathi of the Congress Party joining us on the phone line. Ma'am, we just heard about Bajrang Punia and Vinesh Phogat joining the Congress Party ahead of the elections in Haryana.
Hi, I don't think there's been official confirmation on this. Rahul Gandhi is the leader of opposition and I'm sure it must be courtesy visit. We'll be very happy if they join the Congress party because Congress leaders, be it Rahul Gandhi, be it Priyanka Gandhi or other Haryana Congress leaders have stood by in their fight against the injustice meted out to the women wrestlers. And personally, I'll be very happy because we need people like Vinesh Phogat and Bajrang Punia in the party, but there is no official confirmation right now.
Right. Dr. Pooja Tripathi there saying that there's no official confirmation regarding the entry of the wrestlers into the Congress fold. But given the fact that Vinesh Phogat met with Mr. Hooda earlier, she's also met with KC Venugopal and Rahul Gandhi early this morning. Rumours are rife that the two wrestlers could be joining the Congress party just ahead of the polls.
Yes. There always be rumors and there always be, you know, there always be speculation. I think in the fight of Vinesh Phogat, in the fight of Sakshi Malik, it should not be just the Congress leaders, the Hoodas, the Gandhis and other leaders that should have stood by. I think that every country, every political leader across the party line should have stood there in their fight for justice against Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh, but sadly it didn't happen. So, but I'll request you, please don't read too much between the lines. He's a leader of opposition and I'm sure it's a courtesy call.
Right. Thank you so much, Dr. Pooja Tripathi. Let's just also get RP Singh of the BJP speaking to us on the phone line. RP Singh, how would you react to, you know, Bajrang Punia and Vinesh Phogat joining the Congress party just ahead of the elections that are going to be held in the state of Haryana?
Well, I'll wish them all the best. They have picked up the path which they have made up mind quite long. And we wish them the best. Let them explore this path also. And if they have picked up Congress as a party to be part of it, wish them all the best. And but this was all known to everyone that they will join Congress. And whatever was happening earlier was also on behalf of Congress. The internal squabble of the Wrestling Federation also. Although Mr. Brij Bhushan is already being charged by the police now. But that point aside, but there was internal politics also in that, and that's now open now that it was the Congress which is behind everything.
Right. So, RP Singh, you're saying this is something that was in the works for a very, very long time, and it is going to be, you know, the Congress party, they're not confirming yet, not putting it out officially that the two wrestlers would be joining the Congress party. Thank you so much, RP Singh, for speaking to us. Well, moving on now, it is a senior Congress leader who is in J&K. He kick-started the party's J&K election campaign. Rahul Gandhi will be, you know, and Rahul Gandhi there kick-starting the election campaign as far as poll-bound Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. And, you know, there are back-to-back rallies that have been planned by the Congress leader, Congress candidates contesting in the first phase of the elections, which will be held on the 18th of September. And it's not just Rahul Gandhi. Later, we're also expecting Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge and senior leader Priyanka Gandhi among the 40 star campaigners who will address multiple poll rallies in Jammu and Kashmir. Also today, while Ally National Conference's Vice President Omar Abdullah also filing his nomination for polls today.
कॉन्फ्रेंस की जो इतिहाद हुआ है, इंशाअल्लाह उसमें हम लोग कामयाब होंगे। ये हमारे वतन के लिए, सारे हिंदुस्तान के लिए एक बड़ी आवाज़ है कि जो हमें कहते थे कि हम पाकिस्तानी हैं, हम खालिस्तानी हैं, हम ये हैं, उनके लिए एक थप्पड़ है। और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि हिंदुस्तान के लोग ये समझेंगे कि हम चाहते हैं कि रियासत आगे तरक्की करे और इस मुश्किल से निकले। मैंने पहली दफ़ा देखा है कि एक रियासत को यूनियन टेरिटरी बनाते हुए, इसको बदलाना है, इसको फुल से स्टेटहुड आना है और उसके लिए हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
जम्मू कश्मीर की जनता को हम याद दिलाएंगे कि पुराने दिनों की तरफ, पुरानी मुसीबतों की तरफ ले जाने के लिए जो मैनिफेस्टो लेकर आए हैं एनसी वाले, पीडीपी वाले और तमाम लोग जो खुलकर मिलिटेंटों का मदद लेकर चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, जो एक्स मिलिटेंट है, मैं देख रहा हूं, मेरे पास जानकारी आ रही है, खुलकर एनसी पीडीपी के कैंडिडेट के लिए कैंपेन में जुट गए हैं। यानी पुरानी बुरी हालात को वापस लेने के लिए जो पार्टियां चुनाव में उतरे हैं उनको डिफीट करना पड़ेगा। बीजेपी के नेतृत्व में, बीजेपी की अगुवाई में एक नई सरकार इस राज्य में बनेगी।
Right, Rahul Gandhi is in Jammu today, and later in the day he will be also in Srinagar before he flies back to Delhi while he is campaigning for Jammu and Kashmir. Moving on now, Kiran Rijiju has accused Mamata Banerjee of politicizing the doctor's death by introducing the Aparajita Women and Child Bill. The Kiran Rijiju has responded to that anti-rape bill unanimously passed by the West Bengal Legislative Assembly on Tuesday by slamming the Chief Minister by sending an old letter that was sent to her government seeking a fast-track special court for cases of rape and those registered under the POCSO Act. In the letter that was dated back in 2018 on the 11th of November, Kiran Rijiju has sought the Mamata Banerjee's government's intervention in the establishment of these fast-track courts for quick trial and dispersal as far as pending rape and POCSO cases are concerned. Let's just listen into how Mamata Banerjee is defending her stand.
দেশের মধ্যে ছোট রাজ্য মিলিয়ে আমাদের সংখ্যা তৃতীয়, এটা পার্লামেন্টের কোয়েশ্চেনে, লোকসভার কোয়েশ্চেনে দেখে নেবেন। আমি আপনাদের বলি 1913 সালে আমাদের যে 88টা ফাস্ট ট্র্যাক কোর্ট ছিল তার টাকা কেন্দ্রীয় সরকার বহন করতেন, সেই টাকা দেয়া বন্ধ করে দিয়েছেন 2013 সাল থেকে। তা সত্ত্বেও আমাদের রাজ্যে বর্তমানে 88টি ফাস্ট ট্র্যাক কোর্ট আছে। মহিলাদের জন্য 52টি ডেজিগনেটেড কোর্ট আছে, যাতে মহিলাদের বিরুদ্ধে সংগঠিত অপরাধের মামলাগুলোর দ্রুত বিচার হয়।
Right, we have my colleague Saurabh Gupta joining us live from Kolkata. Saurabh, we just heard Mamata Banerjee in her defense say that those fast-track courts were being funded by the centre and that funding was withdrawn back in 2013.
Well, Kiran Rijiju has flagged what he says is the non-operationalization of the fast-track courts. That, of course, is something that, we've seen in West Bengal. Now, this is something that Kiran Rijiju flags in that letter and also goes on to say that he seeks her intervention to make sure that these fast-track courts are operationalized as soon as possible. Having said that, yesterday, when that debate on that bill was taking place, BJP MLA Agnimitra Paul also brought up this statistic of how many fast-track courts are actually operational in West Bengal and how many are yet to be operationalized. And that's something that is become a matter of debate, with the Chief Minister also responding in the Assembly. Kiran Rijiju has flagged that earlier letter which he wrote during his tenure, saying that these courts have to be set up, and then he had sought the personal intervention of the Chief Minister to remove bottlenecks in their operationalization. So obviously this is something that the BJP also came too prepared with in the assembly yesterday, as this debate was taking place, and the Chief Minister responded saying that we have 88 fast-track courts that have been operationalized, and also listed the number of cases before them, the number of cases that had been disposed of, and also said that 7,000 cases are still pending before these courts. So this is the latest as far as this is concerned. Kiran Rijiju flagging that issue of non-operationalization of the fast-track courts, and Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee responding to that, saying 88 fast-track courts in this state are already operational.
Right. Thank you so much, Saurabh, for getting us those details. We also have Krishanu Mitra, the TMC spokesperson, joining us. Let's just talk about what Kiran Rijiju has said. He's taken to a social media platform, X, and said that he feels sad that the Chief Minister of West Bengal has ignored her most sacred duty of providing quick justice for women and children. He's, obviously pointed to this letter which was passed by the parliament to deal with such crimes like rape back in 2018, something that he says has totally been ignored by the government. How would you react?
You see, I think before following the tweets and the social media posts of BJP leaders and cabinet ministers, media persons and media channels will do good by referring to what the government has officially stated in the floor of the House, be it Lok Sabha, be it Rajya Sabha. Here I am referring to a post by my leader in Rajya Sabha, Mr. Derek O'Brien, just 4 days back. He reminded that, I don't know how didn't you people pick up that link, where he has said that he has posted the government version which they have put, only the central government under Modi, and in which Mr. Rijiju is the cabinet minister till date, has given to the Rajya Sabha on 27th of July 2023, that last year, where the government has placed on record the number of functional fast-track courts in different states of the country, where West Bengal stands third. I don't know how these people, these BJP leaders and central ministers, and now their media is also following them, they are peddling fake news and media is running after them. Their chief minister has stated clearly there are 88 functional fast-track courts, and all other, there are also 62 POSCO designated courts functional in the state as of now, along with the 112 dial numbers, 1098 and also dial 100. These are functional in the state and doing good. We have already disposed over around approximately 3 lakh cases. Might be 7,000 pending, but that doesn't deny the fact that already few lakhs has been disposed. Along with that, since 2023, 10 more fast-track courts has been sanctioned by the state government, which is presently lying for nod of the High Court. So I think the Kiran Rijiju and then another lady cabinet minister, they will do good by referring to the government version that the government had placed in the floor of Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha before making a fool of themselves, before the media and before the people of this country. I refer to what my leader,
Mr. Mitra, also, it is Mamata Banerjee who's gone on to say that these fast-track courts were funded by the centre and that funding stopped back in 2013. Thank you so much for speaking to us here on NDTV. Let's just switch tracks now and get you more news, and this is in regard to Kerala launching a statewide massive hunt against those who have been searching, collecting or sharing child pornography images on the internet. The Kerala police have registered 37 cases and arrested 6 people from various districts. Raids were conducted across various locations, resulting in numerous arrests and the seizure of electronic devices used for child pornography. The largest number of raids were taking place. They were conducted in the Malappuram district. And in other news, an FIR has been registered against Malayalam film star Naveen Polly in Kerala's Ernakulam district based on a complaint that was filed by a woman. The actor on Tuesday has gone ahead and denied those charges and said that he will go to any extent to fight the case. In the complaint that's been filed against him, a woman has claimed that she was cheated by the promises that was made by the actor that she would be given a chance to act in films. She also claims that she was sexually assaulted outside India by a group of 6 people, including the actor in Dubai.
More and more cases and complaints are coming up in front of the special investigation team that is constituted after the Hema Commission report was made public. The latest, Nivin Pauly, who is a very highly successful young actor who has given several box office hits. In fact, Nivin Pauly has been named as accused number 6 in a case in which a young actor has named 6 people, including the first accused is a woman called Shreya and also producer A.K. Sunil and 3 others. And Nivin Pauly has been named as accused number 6 in this case. But Nivin Pauly says that he has neither met the woman nor has had any interaction with her. He in fact held a press conference to say that he believes that he needs to come forward because he has no one else to speak to for him, but that there would be no shred of evidence against him because nothing like that ever transpired. The complainant has, however, said that she was taken by this first accused Shreya to Dubai, and there she was abused, sexually abused, assaulted. There was criminal intimidation and illegal confinement. All those sections have been booked against the 6 people in this case, and the investigation will come up in front of the SIT. Nivin Pauly has said, in fact, that he will be initiating legal action in this case as well. The other actor is Alencia Le Lopez, against who once again a young actor has complained. I must also point out that Siddiq and Ranjit, who are among the first actor, director, producer against who the cases had come up, they have also sought action from the court, or rather they have appealed to the court to ensure that they are not arrested in these cases that are being filed against them. One more case of Omar Lulu, a director against who once again a woman has named that she was assaulted by him and that she was raped by him repeated times, and that he had lured her with the offer of role and that had not materialized. But this director has in fact said that this could be a case of trying to extort money from people like him as well.
Thank you so much, Uma, for getting us those details. And like she mentioned, actor Alencia Lopez has also been booked. He has, FIR has now been registered against him for sexual misconduct based on the complaint made by a junior artist. The offence allegedly took place in a hotel in Bengaluru on multiple occasions between 2017 and 2018. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more. Just stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of
Welcome back. Let's get to the latest in regard to comments that have been made by a minister in Himachal Pradesh. Jagat Singh Negi on Wednesday has stirred a row following the comments as far as the MP of BJP, Kangana Ranaut, is concerned. He was speaking on the floor of the State Assembly, saying that she did not visit the rain-affected areas because her makeup would wash away. He also went on to say that she only came to those areas after the conditions had improved and shed crocodile tears. Let's listen in.
कि क्यों ऐसा कोई वो है, या तो उनको पूछना पड़ेगा, बताइए कौन अधिकारी है। और जब सब कुछ ठीक हो गया, समय से मैं पहुंची वहां पर, और वो बरसात में वैसे भी नहीं आना था उन्होंने, क्योंकि मेकअप जो है सारा खराब होना था। फिर लगना था ये कंगना है या कंगना की माँ है, पता ही नहीं लगना था। तो वो आई उधर, तो जब सब कुछ वहाँ ठीक ठाक हो गया, घड़ियाली आंसू बहा के चले गई। तो ऐसा भी क्या करना, तो ये बड़ी बड़ी बातें करते हैं।
Right, let's just get more on this with my colleague Gurpreet, who's joining us. Gurpreet, we just heard these sexist comments that were made by the minister, and the BJP, they're really slamming those sexist comments.
Well, of course, the statement which was given by the minister, it has brought uproar a lot of controversy in Himachal Pradesh politics. What we can understand, the BJP says that Kangana Ranaut should file a defamation and teach a lesson to such minister who has given such type of a statement, and that should not be accepted at all. He has given this statement saying that she was not in a flood hit area when the people were suffering, and she was busy with her own makeup. So they have put a lot of question marks. So let's see how Kangana Ranaut is going to give an answer to the statement which has been issued by the minister. And now we have already seen that political row has already been erupted in the state of Himachal Pradesh, and a lot of politicians, and specifically from the BJP, they are putting a question mark over such type of statement which was issued by the minister, and they are saying Kangana Ranaut should file a defamation case against such politician to teach a lesson, so that this type of remark should not be given. So let's wait and watch what type of reaction is coming from Kangana Ranaut, and whether she is going to file a defamation suit against this minister for issuing such statement or not. Back to studio.
Right, thank you so much Gurpreet for joining us with the very latest. And switching tracks now to Delhi, amid the tussle between the Delhi LG and the mayor over the zonal committee elections in Delhi. Voting is taking place for the post of the chairman, the vice chairman, for each of the city's 12 zonal bodies at the MCD headquarters. The Municipal Corporation of Delhi witnessed high drama a day before the zonal committee elections, with the mayor, Shelley Oberoi, refusing to appoint presiding officers, saying her conscience did not allow her to stand for an undemocratic election process. And to get more on this, we have my colleague Tanushka joining us. Tanushka, Ashwini Kumar overruled, the MCD commissioner overruled, what was, said by the mayor of Delhi, Shelley Oberoi, and, went ahead with the elections.
Right, Divya, the MCD elections are currently underway, and the elections were announced finally by the Delhi Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena after, as you rightly mentioned, the MCD commissioner reached out to the LG seeking directions from him with respect to the elections. What the MCD commissioner claimed is that they did not receive any decision on these elections by the by the Delhi mayor Shelley Oberoi, and he reached out to the LG seeking directions, and then the LG took an action on the same and announced and decided that the elections will be conducted today itself. This is after a long suspense over the MCD elections. There was a constant question mark onto when these elections will be, and currently the elections is underway, which will go on until 4 p.m. this afternoon. And what we know from the elections as of now is that these elections will decide and elect the chairman as well as a vice chairman and 12 members of the standing committee. So as of now, 2 members of the standing committee have been elected from the Aam Aadmi Party. They stand unopposed. This is in the City SP zone and the Karol Bagh zone. And from BJP as well, 1 member of the standing committee has been elected unopposed. This is in the Keshavapuram zone. So as of now, there are Aam Aadmi Party stands at a number of 5 and BJP stands at a number of 3.
Right. Thank you so much, Tanushka, for joining us. We will keep tracking that story and coming back to you for more on that. And of course, showing her reluctance, expressing her reluctance to participate under what was she described as undemocratic conditions, the mayor criticized the election process, stating it was unreasonable, unfair and undemocratic. Switching tracks, now it is the president who has given more powers to the LG of Delhi. The LG now can appoint members to boards, commissions. This is President Draupadi Murmu delegated Delhi's LG to the powers to form and appoint members to any authority, board, commission or statutory body under laws enacted by the parliament for the capital. The Ministry of Home Affairs has gone on to say that the new this is the order that has been given to the LG of the national capital. And we still have Anushka with us. Anushka, more powers given to the LG by the centre.
Right, Divya, the President Draupadi Murmu has, bestowed upon these provisions which were already existing upon the Delhi's Lieutenant Governor V.K. Saxena into appointing as well as forming, members and bodies at these boards and these authoritative bodies as well. So this, in fact, reinstates the constitutional as well as the statutory powers of the Delhi Lieutenant Governor. And what we understand from this is was also shown in the way wherein the Lieutenant Governor decided upon and appointed the deputy commissioners of each of these 12 zones which are in election currently to be acting as the presiding officers. This is something that was also under a question mark with respect to these elections as to who will be the presiding officers. However, Delhi Mayor Shaili Ubra had also earlier suggested that the presiding officers will be the deputy commissioner, but there was no confirmation on the same. So exercising his statutory and constitutional powers that are enacted by law by the parliament, which have been vested in him at this point by the Ministry of Home Affairs as well. The Delhi Lieutenant Governor took into charge to sort out these gaps in today's election by appointing the deputy commissioners in all of these zones as the presiding officers.
Right, Tanushka, thank you so much for getting us those details. Now, switching tracks to the Prime Minister who was in Brunei. He met with the Sultan of Brunei, Hassan al-Bolkiah. The Prime Minister said that the talks were ranging from ways to further cement bilateral ties between the two nations. They also spoke on commercial linkages, people-to-people exchanges, as well as ways to expand trade ties. So this was the first ever bilateral trip by an Indian Prime Minister to the Southeast Asian nation. And now, of course, the Prime Minister has flown to Singapore. He is going to be in Singapore to also, do remember, a very significant visit that's coming up by the Prime Minister.
हमारे सदियों पुराने सांस्कृतिक संबंध है, हमारी मित्रता का आधार हमारी यह महान सांस्कृतिक परंपरा है। यह भी सुखद संयोग है कि इस वर्ष हम द्विपक्षीय साझेदारी की 40वीं वर्षगांठ मना रहे हैं। भारत की एक्ट ईस्ट पॉलिसी और इंडो पैसिफिक विजन में ब्रुनेई का महत्वपूर्ण साझेदार होना ये हमारे लिए उज्जवल भविष्य की गारंटी है।
And switching tracks to the Paralympics in Paris, and India took medals tally to 20, the best ever in a single edition of the Paralympics. And the best performance came in Tokyo, where India had won 19 medals, so breaking the record that was set in Tokyo. My colleague Rika Roy spoke with Preeti Paul. Let's listen in.
सबसे पहले आपका रिएक्शन टू द फैक्ट दैट यू हैव मेड हिस्ट्री, क्या हिस्ट्री आप पे भारी लग रहा है?
इसके लिए तो मैं आपको सभी को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ जो आप मुझे सब इतना सपोर्ट कर रहे हो,
और ये बहुत ही बिग अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली है कि सबसे पहले मेरा ही इवेंट हुआ है। अगर शायद किसी और का इवेंट होता तो वो मेडल आता, वो पहले भारतीय बनती, क्योंकि ये तो देखो सिमरन दी का आ जाता या मेरा आ जाता, ये तो एक ही बात थी, लेकिन अगर किसी और का आता तो ऐसा लगता कि पहले हमारा होना चाहिए था। इसलिए बहुत बड़ी बात है कि ये हमारा समाज का नाम ऊंचा हुआ है, हमारा देश का नाम ऊंचा हुआ है कि पहला ट्रैक में मेडल आ गया है, और ये हमारी मेहनत भी थी सबकी जो हम यहाँ तक आ पहुँचे हैं।
प्रीति, आपको हम ये पूछना चाहेंगे कि सडनली आपका जो परफॉर्मेंस बहुत अच्छा हो गया है, एशियाड से पहले आपका परफॉर्मेंस इतना अच्छा नहीं था, क्या कुछ आपने टेक्निकल एडजस्टमेंट्स किया होगा जिसकी वजह से योर परफॉर्मेंस रियली हैज सर्ज्ड?
मेरी जो परफॉर्मेंस आई है, ज़्यादा जो बिल्डअप हुई है, वो मेरी एशियन गेम्स के बाद हुई है। जैसे मैं वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप का ट्रायल देने गई थी, वहाँ से मेरी जो पोजीशन थी वो अप होती चली गई। जो मेरी टाइमिंग थी वो भी मैं जैसे ग्राउंड पे करती थी, भैया बोलते थे वाओ पर्सनल बेस्ट, पीबी कर दिया आज तो, पीबी कर दिया। उसे देख के और भी कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल बढ़ जाता था। मेरी हर हफ्ते शायद माइक्रो सेकंड भी टूटती चली गई। वो देखो उन्हीं की मेहनत की वजह से है सब कुछ, जो उन्होंने टेक्निक अप्लाई की है।
And also my colleague Vimal Mohan spoke with Sumit Until, who has created history. He won gold in the men's javelin throw, setting a new Para Games record. Let's listen in to what he had to say.
जो आपका जो ट्रेडमार्क है गोल्ड और रिकॉर्ड, वो आपने बरकरार रखा।
काफ़ी खुशी है कि पैरालंपिक रिकॉर्ड के साथ में गोल्ड मेडल लेके आए देश के लिए, और काफ़ी प्राउड फील कर रहा हूँ, काफ़ी ब्लेस्ड फील कर रहा हूँ कि मेरे को ऐसी टीम मिली है जो हर टाइम मेरे साथ खड़ी रहती है।
क्या बात है, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। कोच साहब, जैवलिन चाहे कोई भी लोग बाहर से लगता है कि एक प्लेयर फेंक रहा है, लेकिन बहुत बड़ी टीम है। और मैं विपिन के बारे में भी बात करूंगा। विपिन की जैसी तारीफ सुमित मुझसे कर रहे थे, वो कमाल की बात है। पहले भी हम लोग बात कर रहे थे कि गोल्ड आना चाहिए, रनवे आपको पसंद था, लेकिन यहाँ रनवे वैसा तो नहीं था।
नहीं, रनवे एक्चुअली क्या है कि रनवे जो ये सेकेंडरी रनवे है, जो मेन रनवे है वो उस तरफ है।
मैं नीरज फेंका था वो ऑपोजिट साइड।
हाँ जी, वो अपोजिट साइड है। तो इस रनवे हमें कोई आइडिया नहीं था, वो रनवे बहुत अच्छा था, पर इधर से कराया तो हमने फिर भी अपना 100% देने की कोशिश की। और ठीक है, एक बहुत अच्छी थ्रो है 70+, और उसके साथ ओलंपिक रिकॉर्ड करना एक,
और वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप से ज़्यादा है
ना। ज़्यादा तो चलो बहुत ज़्यादा उम्मीदें थी, उधर से होता तो और अच्छी भी हो जाती।
अच्छा, स्पोर्ट्स में हमेशा कुछ बाकी रहना चाहिए ताकि अगले ओलंपिक्स में
बिल्कुल कोशिश करेंगे कि आने वाली चैंपियनशिप में इससे और अच्छा बेहतर परफॉर्म करें।
अच्छा, आप विपिन के बारे में बहुत तारीफ कर रहे थे, लोगों को आप बताएं। आपने तो जो मुझे बताया वो अलग बात है, एक फिजियो का कितना इम्पोर्टेंट।
बिल्कुल, मेरे को काफ़ी टाइम से इंजरी चल रही थी और मैं काफ़ी पेन में था, तो विपिन भाई से मिला मैं, और कोबे से थोड़ी दिन पहले मिला था।
मई मतलब वर्ल्ड
चैंपियनशिप मई में थी जो, और उसके बाद काफ़ी अच्छा ट्रेनिंग कर पाया हूँ मैं, ऑल थैंक्स टू माय टीम।
क्या विपिन बताइए, क्या इनको प्रॉब्लम थी, कैसे ठीक करते हैं आप? इनको जादू है तो हम लोगों को भी ठीक कीजिए।
नहीं, इनको काफ़ी लास्ट 3 ईयर से स्पाइन की इंजरी थी और सीवियर थी। तो प्रॉब्लम ये थी कि इंजरी तो रिकवर कर जाए, बट साथ के साथ इंजरी डेली भी डेवलप कर रही थी गेम के साथ साथ, क्योंकि इनका जो एम्पुटेड लेग है उसके साथ साथ इनकी लोडिंग जो है स्पाइन पे आनी ही थी, हाँ जानी ही थी। ये सर मेरे पास आए मई में, तो मई में हम लोगों के पास फिर कोबे में वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप भी थी, बहुत ज़्यादा समय नहीं था, तो ज़्यादा रेस्ट ना लेते हुए गेम भी कंटिन्यू रखा, साथ के साथ हीलिंग चलती रही। अभी फ़िलहाल में 90% के करीब रिकवरी थी, तो हमारा मेन तो यही था मिशन कि पेरिस 2024।
मतलब तो कमाल की बात है, अभी ये 100% फिट नहीं है, गोल्ड मेडल रिकॉर्ड के बावजूद पूरी तरह खुश नहीं है, रनवे ठीक नहीं था। ये सुमित ही इतना हम्बल और ह्यूमिलिटी के साथ
देखिए सर, काफ़ी उम्मीदें मेरे को ज़्यादा थी, मैं सच बताऊँ। मीटर्स की बात करें तो
बिल्कुल,
और बाकी गोल्ड से काफ़ी खुश हूँ मैं, और लकीली
बैक टू बैक गोल्ड।
हाँ, बट लकीली यहाँ पे पैरालंपिक्स जैसी स्टेज पे कुछ भी चीज़ वो नहीं होती, कोई श्योर नहीं होती। और मेरे को पर्सनली बहुत प्रेशर था आपकी बार, जिस तरह से मेरे को, मैं सच बताऊंगा, बहुत ज़्यादा प्रेशर।
क्या है पार्टी का, क्या प्लान है, क्या खाना है?
अभी तो कुछ प्लान नहीं है।
नहीं, पार्टी का प्लान तो है।
नहीं अभी तो कुछ प्लान नहीं है, बट देखते हैं, विलेज में जाके डिस्कस करेंगे।
Until there, setting a new Paralympic record with 70.59 meters throw. He won back-to-back gold medals in the javelin throw. With that, we're wrapping up this edition. Back with a whole lot more on the other side. Stay with us.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Bahel. In this edition, we'll get you all the latest news and updates from across the country in the next 1 hour. Let's start with the headlines at the top. Ahead of Haryana Assembly polls, top wrestlers Vinesh Fogart and Bajrang Punia to contest the elections, and they've joined the Congress. Bajrang Punia, Vinesh Fogart had met Rahul Gandhi and are now going to be contesting from Julana and Badli seats respectively. It's Mamata government versus the centre over Kolkata horror. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju has written to Bengal Chief Minister. Rijiju has said that there was no consent by Bengal for POCSO courts. Mamata Banerjee has now responded saying that there has been a swift disposal of cases in Bengal. Key MCD poll taking place amid Aam Aadmi Party versus LG face-off. The voting is underway after LG had appointed the presiding officers. LG office said that it had appointed officials because the mayor did not do so. Prime Minister Modi and the Sultan of Brunei held bilateral talks. Prime Minister Modi said that our key focus is on strategic partnership, and Prime Minister Modi is now heading to Singapore. India has made Paralympics history with 20 medals in its kitty. Indian contingent has surpassed Tokyo's performance. Big breaking news now coming in at the top of the star. It's a setback for Kangana Ranaut's movie Emergency in the Bombay High Court. No censor certificate has been given for Emergency yet. What we are given to understand is that the Bombay High Court has said that it's unable to direct the CBFC to issue the certificate for the film. Bombay High Court has also said that directing the CBFC would contradict the Madhya Pradesh High Court order. Well, next hearing the case will be on September 18. Meanwhile, that's the latest coming in at this point in time. The Bombay High Court, while hearing the matter, has said that CBFC cannot be held for ransom, and we are unable to direct the CBFC to issue the certificate for the film at this point in time. Bombay High Court says it's unable to direct the CBFC to issue the certificate as it would contradict Madhya Pradesh High Court's order. Remember, Madhya Pradesh Court had directed the CBFC to consider the representations of the Sikh groups that had petitioned before it. Now, a number of Sikh groups, including the Shiromani Akali Dal, had objected to the movie, accusing it of misrepresenting the community and getting historical facts wrong. Well, the movie was earlier scheduled for release on September 6th, but after it was caught up in the controversy after a Sikh organization had objected to the film, its release was also postponed. Now, this is some big breaking news coming in from the Bombay High Court. My colleague Radhika Ramaswamy also joins us on the broadcast, getting us more details as to what really transpired there in the Bombay High Court. What more details are coming out, Radhika?
That's right. This is a huge setback as far as Kangana Ranaut and makers of Emergency are concerned. In fact, the Bombay High Court unable to give any sort of relief to the makers. Of course, Bombay High Court did support some of the arguments made by the producers, in which, it was pointed that the producers did receive a communication from the CBFC stating that the certification has been granted to them. It was an email that was sent to them stating that it has been approved, accepted, and that the CD has been sealed. So therefore, the entire process was something that has been accepted. However, later, of course, the CBFC withdrawing that particular, certification after outrage over the film. Of course, CBFC before the court did say that, the reason why it was withdrawn was, one, of course, as a result of the outrage and opposition to the film, objections to the film, but also because it was not the final certification and that it had to be signed finally in the physical copy by the chairperson of CBFC. However, the court did not really buy that argument. The court said that if there is an auto-generated email which states that the certificate has been issued, then that has to be full and final. But what really did not sort of go in favor for the producers is the order by the Madhya Pradesh High Court. Madhya Pradesh High Court yesterday, while hearing the petitions by some of the petitioners, which include Sikh organizations that had expressed objections to the film, had in fact directed CBFC to listen, to get representations from these Sikh organizations, and then make a decision as far as certification is concerned. Of course, this was with respect to the objections raised, not pertaining to the certification itself. However, the Madhya Pradesh High Court had asked CBFC to listen, hear out these objections, and then take a decision accordingly.
If it is going to direct the CBFC to issue the certificate, that would contradict the Madhya Pradesh High Court order. But what are the options before the makers now? Is there still hope for the movie? We do understand next hearing is going to take place on September 18th with regards to this case. What are the makers expecting now?
That's right. Next hearing will take place on the 18th of September, which is when a bench has directed CBFC to decide the representations. In fact, next hearing is on September 19th. September 18th is by when they will have to decide on the representations, which means that the movie cannot be released on September 6th, perhaps after September 18th. If the CBFC considers these objections and finds some way out as far as the release is concerned, and then issuing the certificate, maybe post September 19th, the film could be released. But the Bombay High Court requesting the CBFC to consider these